And hello everyone. Oh, time to start another stream and sorry I'm late. But yeah, like I said in the Discord and said yesterday, I had a dentist appointment today, and then my face is starting to get sense of feeling back, so that's nice. Now, oh, let's get to it. Well, there we go. So, what is the plan for today? Well, I put in the stream title, and play some games later. We'll start by figuring out a nice fail state. So that was right now we just print out, oh, you're lost. So let's get a nice new scene where we can save our failed state. So how about we just add a new layer? And how about we start marking this more sensibly? Okay, 08, 0425, goals. Put that one all the way up to the top. Make it all nice and slightly black. There we go. Where is stuff? Huzzah! The pad. Wacom has arrived. Now, I hope everyone's been having a lovely time. Right now, I need to figure out what we're doing today. So, how did that happen? Why does this one have a different color? Now that is peculiar. Oh well, I'll choose to ignore that one. So, today's goals. One is a fail screen. And for a fail screen to make sense, I guess we will also need a start screen. What will these also require? We will require a quit button. Quit and restart button. And the start screen requires a start and quit button. Whoop. Yeah, there we go. And I hope you all have patience with me, because I've also been observing other streamers on here who also do some game dev, and they actually know what they're doing and I don't. So my creation process will be slightly extremely amateurish, considering I am in fact an amateur. No, we'll need these two pretty much. So we'll have button for starting the game, and then or just immediately quitting from the start screen. And then we'll need, once you have a fail state, we'll have a fail screen. We'll need a quit and start button. And a fail message. And here I guess we'll need a title. So we need those. Now the other thing I meant was spawn logic, and that's an idea I was having while the nice dentist was treating my teeth. Sorry if I do have some extra mouth movements, but I'm slowly getting a sense of touch back to my lip. Now the next one will be a thingamabob. What kind of thingamabob? Well, there we go. The spawn logic. Yeah, I'm a little tired and a little out of sorts, so we'll see how much we can get done today, and then we'll just abandon our goals and jump off to do some play some games, because the Reaper and Bulky have both said and they would like to have take on the next story event on the server. As for that one, I will need new armor because during the last excursion, my plate armor got sadly destroyed. So we'll try to get them back there again. Then we'll have fail screen, start screen, and the spawn logic. It has to do with we'll need a wave, like a wave logic pretty much. So we'll have a wave timer. And when the wave starts, so this counts where the next wave will be. And then it spawns then it determines the group size. And once that is yeah, so I was thinking so that when the wave starts, we decide like, okay, well, let's say like we start with 3 enemies get spawned in. So we randomly spawn in 3 enemies at the same time. And each wave would have sort of like the start point. So no enemies, spawns in a few enemies. Then it spawns even more enemies. And then it spawns a smaller amount of enemies to like end the wave. So that will have I guess a wave shape. So first you spawn in say 3. Then we'll spawn in say 8. So we'll like 3, 8, and 5. And first we have 3, so we have a little bit of warm up. Then it very quickly ramps up with 8, and then after a little bit we get 5 more to like just keep the pressure going, so that you have also interest to get rid of the enemy. So this would be one wave split into this many. So right now we tried to do some. So I had tried to figure out how waves worked, like on Sunday, and that didn't really do that well. So we'll figure that one out somehow. With some kind of math. We get like hard code values to begin with, and then we'll determine the actual values later. So wave timer determines group size. Wave size. Determine individual group sizes. Spawn in group. And then start timer or next right. That should work, right? So the fail screen, start screen, that's something we've done now many times, and that should be easy enough. When your hit points hit 0, you go to a fail screen. Oh shit! You know what? We'll need a version of the fail screen. We'll have to make something I've never done before, a win screen, which has the same buttons. So variation. It'll be we'll have a win/fail screen, I think, and then we'll just determine, depending on how we get there, we'll either have a win or a failed message. If you win, you killed this many. You lost, you killed this many. No, we're just gonna have a win-lose those messages. Just so we can have something to like play around with. Because we're approaching very much the point where I either need to add some UI. I mean, I guess I could add some simple ones, but more importantly, what I need is we can do a simple UI, put a number, put a bar. There's inbuilt objects here we can use for that one. Now, what I was thinking is it's either like the enemies do drops. We don't have anything that we can use those drops for right now, so yeah, we'll have to do the attack generator. That will be our task for tomorrow, I guess. How to make... Oh, wait. Oh, we're gonna start then. Yeah, because tomorrow I'll be then bound by other people's time. My clocks as well. We're gonna put this. Silly bamboo. Now, with this, we have our goals for today. Simple enough. Something I can realistically do with a mildly fuzzy head. What am I looking at? I'm looking at this thing. Well, there we go. So, oh right, we need this boom attack. Okay, so the size is the same as projectile. Well, guess what? That is all a part of the attack generator that we're gonna have to make. So depending on what kind of attack we're making, then we'll have to figure out the size of the one. Yeah. We'll have to figure out in which direction to do that. So the first will be, we'll start finally working on the core of the concept that I wanted to use for this game, which was a sort of a ritual circle that generates the spell attack. So we're wizards fighting enemies. So we can start with that one. And then, depending on... Yeah. Depending on that, we can come up with different stuff. Yeah. First, we designed the ritual generator, ritual spell sort of system, because depending on that, we can then determine the information that it will output, and then we can start working on the actual attack generator that generates the attack / projectile. Now, this entire thing will probably have to be rebuilt, but that's okay, because we're here to learn and do stuff from scratch, if you will. So, wait, I'm not like accidentally the other. Whoop, there we go. Don't accidentally end up doxing yourself and all that jazz. Now, get that on a separate screen. Let's look at our scenes here. We have just levels. Best level. So for that one, I think we'll just go with a scenes. Brand new folder type. And inside we'll have create new. We'll call this one not a folder, thank you very much. Scene. Oh right, yeah, these are for some reason also in Snake case. One of these days, I'll properly learn. We'll just mark it at the end of the screen, actually. The proper naming convention of Godot. One of the things. It's handy because we make, say, a scene name like this, and then the root name becomes, what is that, camel case? Start with end case, snake case. Yeah. So, remember 2 scenes. Let's start looking at our start menu. We'll do the... So, start menu. Add child node. We should call the button. Well, it is a button, I mean. That will call it. Start button. Actually, nodes are then, in this case, another button. And this will call quit button. What game start game? Add the label. Run times. Theme override, font size, I don't know, 64. Horizontal alignment is center, and vertical also center. Whoop. There you go. Now we're gonna need a bit of piece of script for this. And it will simply be start menu pressed, on start button pressed, get underscore get the change the file test level. With button pressed. Get underscore we dot quit. A get tree goes to the very top the root of all the logic trees, and that's why from there you make the change which scene we're in or quitting the game itself. Now, there's start menu. You can press F5. Sure, select the current. Yeah, F5 should now always go to the start menu. Press start game. Pew 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 pew. We're here. Everything working just wonderfully. To the point. Let's do this. Restart game. Text behavior center. There we go. There we go. I want the buttons to be the same size because it just looks nicer. With another label. End screen. On friend. Let's center that one and center that one. Heckin' perfect. So now we can look at player. Player stats includes get dot tree, not get dot tree underscore tree, get tree dot change scene to file end screen. Now, yeah. Start game. Let's let that enemy, because we have the one enemy only spawning in currently. 2, 3. There go, debugger. You are complaining about. Yes. Call deferred. Yes, check your call deferred method string name node.callDeferred calls the method on the object during idle game idle time overstretch no not the method result. Idle time happen blah blah blah. So Intellect function called by frame, scene tree process from scene tree physics frame signals. Yeah. Don't remember how you did this one. Let's find out. Player stats. Change underscore scene underscore 2 underscore file. Now, this might or might not work. Let's find out. I'll change my hit points to 1 and make this slightly faster. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Excellent. No red errors. Quit game. Ooh, quit game does nothing. Restart. Does nothing. Oh, right. It has no script. So, start menu. There's no ready. It has no process. Guess what? I'm okay with that. End screen though. Create. Disconnect. Okay. There we go. Disconnect. Connect on start button press. Get underscore 3. Change scene file. Best level. Here we have get underscore tree dot quit. I should probably add like a Godot tag or something for these things. There you go. Right, so end screen should just work. Now, let's look at our go. No. Here we go. Win screen, fail screen, done. They're the same one. We have a fail message. Don't have one, don't need one. We have quit restart buttons, yes. We have start quit buttons, yes. Now, let's look at the spawn logic. So right now, like I said, we have one enemy just being like popped into existence. Now let's say we have a wave. Let's do it like let's say it backwards. We spawn enemy, but okay, we want to spawn them in groups though. We can have a single enemy be a group with the size 1. And we can spawn up to however many we want. So we have an enemy spawner here. Which is spawn enemy. Enemy base new, enemy base knows how to make itself, and in the future we'll store more information inside enemy base, different kinds of designs, and those will be the constants. We'll have a large list of constants. Maybe they will be their own file, own resource, which saves up of the information for our different types of enemies that we made. Currently, which are the 1, and it's fine. We want the enemy spawn. What does it do? Creates an enemy. And spawns in a random position. Fantastic. Okay. Returns the new enemy. Cool. Cool. Well, that's a problem. We are told the position. Well, so this one just creates an enemy. Gives it our given position. returns it, so whoever called it can then make it the child or sibling of itself. It's problematic because the wave information might need more than this. If we're spawning in a group of enemies, right, on the map, should that function be here? Or where? Where else would it be? The map itself? Well, the map shouldn't care. In fact, the spawner should probably call in that information. So who is doing this right now? Map handler right now does fuck all. That's fine. You're okay with the test level. So the level itself is spawning in the enemy. Should the level do this? If not the level, then who? We could add it. Now, I do believe we have a camera object, right? Yeah. The level has the camera object. The camera has been put inside player. What if the player, in fact, was the one with the camera object to begin with? Then we could use get node in group player, get the camera, and like we here see, the spawn path and pointer are in fact carried by the player currently. So should the player be spawning enemies around itself? Interesting question, that one. Who should be responsible for this? I would like to have the spawning logic all happening pretty much in one space, so I would like to have the code inside the enemy spawner. But I could then I would have to figure out, how do I tell it where to spawn? Let's say we have a group. Where do the group go? Would I have to give it the spawn pointer? I think right now we're gonna have to have it here, sadly. So if we do a little funky funk here, funk spawn in group, takes in an int. Sure, we'll just call it size, and it's an int. No, that made me itchy. Call the group size. So, I can do a little for loop, like for I don't know, mob in size. Oh, we don't care about mob, do we? Not at all. So we'll just have we can actually use the inbuilt spawn in enemy that I made here, because this one spawns an enemy in a random location, and I want these groups to just be in random locations. So now spawning group creates a random an X amount of enemies all around the map. That is fine for now, for what I've been working on. Now what is a wave? Like I looked here, so we can make a wave size wave. So first we summon a very small group, wet the whistle, and relatively quickly we spawn in the next one. And then we give the player a little bit of time to fight all of this, So, you know, we have like, oh no, enemies, escalates quickly. And then it's a question, can you fight them all off before the reinforcements arrive, or will you be even more overwhelmed and have to fight a larger group? So that is the idea here. So let's say, boom. So let's say three little beasties are spawned in. Spawn underscore. Oh no. Wait. And we'll test it out with no inputs and outputs. So we'll start by spawning group with a Randy range between 2 and 4. What's their wait command? Oh, wait. Wait, get tree dot create timer, or process always move to process physics false, signal time scale false. Alright, cool. And we'll do that one with a rand if range between 1 and 3 seconds. That seems dumb enough. And we spawn in a group. Render range of I don't know, 6 to 12. Wait again. It's that much. If I have 8 seconds. Between 4 and 8. That seems like a silly enough system. We have a spawn timer. So what a spawn timer would then deal with these. Now we will have a time here between 6 and 12 seconds. So we'll have a timer for on a spawn timer timeout. Not about try out spawn wave. Hashtag that out. Now these are all hard-coded values now, and this would have to then be figured out somewhere else, you know, once depending on the way which wave we're in, these get bigger and so on. And right now they're all summoning the same enemy. Of course, depending on the wave we want to be, maybe summoning different kinds of enemies, maybe have like a threat value and a point system for determining how of an enemy we should be summoning in. Again, not what we're doing right now. We just want something simple. Something that kind of works, even if only a little bit. Now, we could do, I guess in the simplest way, it's not a one shot, it does auto start. And actually, no, yeah. Auto start, one shot. $15 seconds. So after this one, every 20 seconds. Every 20 seconds, we spawn in a new wave. Ready. So, node enters the playground, we spawn a wave. Let's double check. Things go on wave. We even make it kind of silly here. R wave and R number int equals 0. One wave space colon space stop here and str wave number. Wave. The knee in the end there, friendos. Indeed, Huddlebot, indeed, they are done again. Now we do a wave number plus equals 1. This seems just dumb enough to maybe work. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think I'm misusing awaits. Let's... Oh, the online docs. Yes, stupid goober. Here we go. Let's see here then. Right, it does nothing. Good old one-shot timer. Go back. Let's see here. Damn you. Hello, docs. Here we go. So we're making a timer, right? Now we're using the timer nodes. The problem is get timeout signal. Method, signals, enumerations, property descriptions. Right, that didn't help us much now, did it? Because if we look here, you know, timer says, oh, time to one-shot timer without instantiating node. Do this, which I'm not trying to do here. Okay, return scene T timer after time 6 and seconds path time will emit scene 3 timer timeout and will be automatically freed. Next time sec, which is okay, always process always after time 2 seconds passed. Process in physics, time scale. This method is commonly used to create a one-shot delay timer in the following example. You wait, you silly goober. Don't know. I was misusing it, but not in quite the way I thought I was. So dot Timeout. Yes, we're supposed to be waiting for the signal, the timeout signal. We didn't tell it to wait for that signal. We just waiting for this timer, but then it just wait for once we launch the timer, which we have. So excellent. We'll simply jump off to the next one. So let's try again. Start. So we should have like 3. And then, okay, that's, yeah, more. Boom, 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 boom. And then we had 4. Excellent. Quick game. Nice. Well, what do you know, friends? It kind of worked. Oh, yes, between 6 and 12. Massive. That is a huge wave. Yeah. Shit. Alright, we got some kind of wave logic, and you should be doing it every 20 seconds. Now, problem is here. We can't see our hit points right now. So, if we do a nice little change here. Do we have a control use visual representation of a percentage? Create one of these friendos. Fill mode. We can do end to begin. Okay, go like plop, 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 plop. Oh, fine. Actually, no. Beginning to end. Actually, absolutely good. F2. Hold out the health bar. So what I'm going for here. Also, show percentage could be off. Now. Friendo. There we go. Now. So it's between 0 and 100. So we'll start out at 100. Also, I think we have a theme inputs. There we go. Seems acceptable. Nice. Now we have a green health bar. So we have inside physics process for our player here. We're currently then also doing something. We'll have to look at player stats. Health points right now is 5, because you know what is more important? Max health points. Float equals 5.0. We don't need a function for getting max health points. I think we determined that one yesterday. The getters and setters thing is perhaps a little redundant here. Things to actually do something makes more sense, or a little bit return like entire dictionaries make more sense here. Also because that makes me, that's just floats. That'll be fine. Remove that one. A lot of things that are making use of it will now have an issue. That's fine. We're gonna start getting some error reports, but hey, that's where we roll. No, there we go. And slide, and there we go. Let's see here. Progress bar dots. Value equals player stats Ah, go. Bar underscore. Ready. No, bar. Jesus, what's wrong with me? Well, yeah, like I said, I'm a little foggy in the head today. There we go. Now we'll do check on our progress bar. Ah, that's why it's not working. The health bar. So it's max value equals player stats. So it's max health points. Health underscore bar dot value equal player stats dot health points. We should probably name that as the current health points. We'll figure it out. All right. Let's see where all we start game. Oh. See, now we got a health bar and shit. Kind of working. It's way too big. But it works. We can have a health bar somewhere there or something. Oh no. Ew. Ah. Oh. Sadly, we didn't survive that way. But we got a kind of a health bar. Kinda does what it needs to do. Most importantly, we get the health points and ongoing health points saved now in the global. Like the health bar now is here attached to the player, but in the future, most likely I'm gonna have the player entity be its own thing, and stuff like the stats will be in its own like proper like UI entity or scene, and then we'll import that into the level. And that way the UI will be always the same, regardless of the level, or if the player node changes, and we can just have the same UI and it just plucks out those stats from the global. I think that would make a lot more sense. That would be nice. In the meantime, my friends. Let's see here. What were the goals for today? Was it just that? Yeah, we have that one done, and we have this thing done. Oh. I could tweak some stuff. Work some details. I could point this one out. Oh. That's an easy one. Oh. I always notice when you like delete the entire function thinking, oh well, we'll just figure out what kind of error messages we get so we can fix it. And then, yeah, never get one. Head Valentine's end screen. Wow. We have an end screen, we have a start screen, we have a game, we have a health bar, and we have a very, very rudimentary wave logic. So, yeah, now we just need to get our player to have the core of designing the actual weaponry, which is the runic circle. The enemies will have drops. Some of them might drop health drops, so that way you can just keep on going further, and so on. For that, it requires mental power I do not have right now. So, I feel like I didn't achieve much, but hey, I achieved something. And that's all that matters really now, isn't it? So, with that, I'm going to... You know what? Yeah, and then I'm going to have a little break, and we're going to change into gaming. I think that would be for the best. Yeah. Yeah. With that, actually, I'll just do... Where is it? Oh. Let's not show that then. Instead, opposing player stats, right? Yeah, so this one even handles the whole you died stuff. Oh, you can comment that one out. Remove that line completely. So we're gonna do something silly. I'm going to leave this here. Ah, right. Hashtag. Remove. No. Do. Softer. Do. Remove. Debug shite. And what is that debug shite, you ask? Well, health points equals max health points. Or takes the value of max health points. Now we should have a very simple and very silly little infinite loop kind of situation happening here. Like click here on the BRB. There we go. Punching the shit out of our dude. Yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are, friends. That's kind of funny. Anyway, yeah, I'll be right back. I'll go have a quick little bio break and let my dogs out to the backyard. And I'll see you soon. And then we'll be entering the magical world of Vintage Story. Until then, see you soon. And hello. Apparently we have ads soon, so perfect. While the ads play, I'll figure out how to start by moving that one. And putting that one back in. Wonderful. Switch over to live. Sorry, gotta change that title. Gotta change the category. There we go. Your music, friendo. There we go. Where is the thing? Off just fine. Save the changes to the GDD. There it is. Hear it, can't you? It is time, friends, for that most vintage of stories of can we get some steel armor made in time. Also, there might be a temporal storm right as I jump in. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ah, lovely. Well, hello there, Phantom Ash. What was I making? Oh, I'm working on my own sort of Vampire Survivors inspired game. All right, looks like we're mid-horror show. Yeah, so I was working on that in Godot. I've been having a good time blast with that one, but I had also dentistry and other stuff today, so I'm not in the best mental state right now. But yeah, we're working on a Godot game. I've been having a blast with that one. Alright. There's boogers. They're gonna murder us. Let's see if we can murder them first. Hello. Hello, you poopy ghost man. What? Where'd you? Oh, your own game? That's cool. I didn't even know the first thing about coding. Oh, one looks like, oh, well. I studied it for a few years, so I was hoping to get into developing, to becoming a more professional coder. Never really got into it. I mean, I never had much chance in finding a job yet. And yeah, I mean, on Sundays I work on the Try Jam, the 3-hour game jam, and I try to make a game in 3 hours. And I've been having a lot of fun with that one. How are you? Come here. Come here. You bad doggo. Oh, snap. Come here, you. Hey, yo. Nope. You're a bad dog. Stop being me. I'm the one who hits. Okay, that guy's down. Oh, got a piece of string. Yay! I had a long thought about learning some coding so I could use to make mods for games. Honestly, I don't know where to even start. Well, I mean, depending on the game you want to do mods for. I mean, there's so many like pre-existing mod packs and like tools. So Yeah, it depends on what game you want to make a mod for, really. Where you'd start. Many of them do have very good documentation, and there's many people making mods, and they also document their own work. No! A great tragedy. We have died. Let's try again. Let's run back. Gotta get our stuff. Ah. Yeah, but also being thinking like it'd be very interesting to try to make mods. One thing is, yeah, there, cause then I then have to like choose a game and try to make sure it's a game I then also know well enough. Sorry, I'm also being a little distracted by the temporal storm here. And also, how are you doing there, Phantom Ash? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ah, there we go. This one. Nothing. Whoa. Because, I mean, in the end, coding is pretty much like any other skill. And it is, if nothing else, closest to, you know, logical block puzzles, really. And then if you're making mods to a game, then most likely, well, you have to figure out how the game was made. What kind of language was used there? What kind of solutions did they choose? If you just want to add mods that change like graphical stuff, well, that's usually a lot easier because you essentially just need to replace existing assets. What happened here? Oh. There's too many of you. The guy needs to die. Thankfully, he has died. Come here, you goober, or not. There you are. Come here, you. I'm about to die from existing here. Oh, that thing's gonna murder me. I was one of those instead. Most tragic. Well. Yeah, cause, what I'm working on right now is just learning to use Godot. But the first language I learned was C. So I've been interested in learning C, learning Unreal. Because Unreal uses C++, and I was kind of hoping to learn C++ eventually. Hasn't really got around to it just yet. Oh, got our stuff back. Hey. Ah, you only have some string. Better than nothing, I guess. Oh, shit. Oh, so many of them. Blah. Alright. I don't know how many respawns I have left, or if our lovely server host has decided to remove the respawn limit on per cog. Because I think the standard one is 20, you get 20 respawns per temporal cog. And then you have to like use another temporal cog. I now died like what, 3-4 times. I had a couple of deaths before that. I got my stuff back. Oh yeah, the different coding languages, engines, etc. is what really overwhelms me. For example, imagine writing code for mods for a game like Minecraft, where our story is so different from making a mod for Skyrim. Much a lot easier to learn. Could be. Minecraft is notorious for the fact that it is using a coding language called Java, which is very prevalent, very used in many places, but not exactly a beloved language. And in the end, with coding languages, I would also say that they're very similar in the end. Once you learn one language, then learning more other languages will be a lot easier, simply because they all are extremely logical systems. So it's like, you know, learning one type of oh damn, Nightmare Drifter, that thing's gonna murder me. Like, well, hey. Oh. Respawn right where I died on my respawn point. Oh, lovely. Ah, you legless wonder. Okay, that guy died. Okay, good. Ah! Oh, they both died. Okay, then there's just other guy trying to kill me. Stop chucking rocks and just accept your fate as dead. You're the dead one. Yeah, so that way, because, you know, in the end, because they are logical puzzles where you just essentially use language to build a logical sequence of if this, then that. And the difference is usually how many, like, inbuilt steps every sort of language has. How much pre-existing help can they give you? See, I'd always assumed they were completely different. I can only speak Chinese when you know English. No. It's more like trying to learn, I don't know, let's say... Trying to learn English when you know Swedish or something. Like something, because, you know, English has many, like, parent languages. A large amount. It's like two languages that are, like, sound different, seem different, but in the end are very similar. Are like all, like, old Roman, like, Roman languages that derive from the Roman, or, like, you know, they used to be Roman countries, from Roman Italian, or Roman Latin, then derived new languages, and they all have similarities. Or actually, maybe a better example would be the Scandinavian ones of Norwegian, Swedish, or Danish, which can sound very different, but also are very similar because they're all derived from the same ancient Viking language. And in that way, yes, because they have their differences, very much so, the different languages, and most of them have also inbuilt changes which make them slightly better but more suited for one job or another. Because the difference in languages is more like the difference between different kinds of screwdrivers. They are just tools. Some are more specialized than others, and in that way have more benefits over each other. Okay, yeah, then that thing's just bugged out. He's in the ground. That's fine. Let's just try not to worry about it too much and it'll be okay. But in the end, yeah, they're all like just logical things. And sometimes the syntax can be a little confusing, especially if you're entering, like, trying to work with a new language. But if you just learn to code with pretty much any language, then you already sort of, like, start getting used to how exactly the puzzle box that is a computer, how does it work? Like, you know, you can start, like, expecting things like, okay, well, if you have this command, then I most likely will have something similar to that there. And a lot of the languages are very well documented. A good example being Godot and their use of the GD script. Yeah. So, depending on what language, what game you want to do a mod for, then yeah, then it'll change. And of course, yes, games like Skyrim, for example, can be more difficult depending on what you want to mod. Because if you want to just add, I don't know, new monsters, new events, and so on, those are usually pretty scripted. You can use pre-existing models to do changes, and then you find an existing guard, and you just change which assets are used for his graphics, and now he looks like a different person or a monster, and so on. Whereas if you want to change how the physics of the game work, well, that's a bit more daunting, because then you have to go, like, really deep into the code, and also fix anything your changes breaks, you know? So it depends on, like, what level you're making the changes. Something that might seem like a giant change, like the, say, Skyrim's Enderal mod, you know? It seems they massively overhauled the entire game, but most of that is actually story and graphical content. The actual core mechanics of the game hasn't changed, so you don't need a very, like, deep coding knowledge of how to do that. But if someone made a mod that would then change how, at their core, you know, like Dragon Shouts work, that could be a massively complicated mod that had ultimately a very small effect on the game, but that they ended up changing, like, how, I don't know, gravity interacts with objects or something like that. So what you end up seeing, or what looks like a visually a large change in a mod, might actually be technically sort of like surface level. Even though it is, of course, it's a lot of work, and it takes knowledge and skill to make those kind of large scale changes, but they don't have to be that daunting. I mean, just like there's people who wonder, like, oh no, they're worried that they would like to learn coding, but they're not that good at like math. Like, oh, they don't want to go through all that work, learn all that math for just some coding project, maybe doing some mods. To which I usually just ask them like, okay, so what do you do your math for your calculator as well? It's no, the calculator does the math. That's why the computer is there. You're there to tell the computer what to do, and then the computer does all the math for you. And that's also why all coding languages function on a similar logic in the end, because they all run computers, and all computers run on binary, whereas which is endlessly ultimately a question of just yes/no questions, 1 and 0, yes, no, left or right, binary questions. And if you just chain those up in a complex way, that's how you then get really complex behavior, and you can make a cool game. Now, where was I? Right. Alright. That is, what, 1/3 done? Okay. That should be okay. Like, for example, here. See, we have a inventory story. I have built this oven, which is being used in-game to turn iron into steel by cooking it inside a stone coffin with carbon, with coal. And this seems complicated, but behind the scenes, what do we actually need? Well, we need the graphical assets for this, because this thing has to be built in a certain way, so it just looks like, do we have blocks of type A, B, or C in positions, in the required positions, like placements from each other? So those are the, essentially, it's just check, is this here? Yes, no. And it checks, well, is it on, has it been turned on? Is it on fire? Well, it checks because it has a very specific spot down here where it has to be coal, which has to be turned burning. So it does, again, it's a yes/no question. And if this is, and it just sort of like a side effect, more like if this is on, then it needs to make those particles. So then we get the burning effect. So we have a couple of yes/no questions essentially. And then, how does the iron turn into steel? Well, it's just a timer. I'm closing it quickly because it's inside is hot and my dude will take damage if it's exposed to for too much. So, once all the conditions are met, there's fuel where there needs to be fuel. It has been turned on. The thing has been built to the correct specifications, which again, it's just looking at is a block of type A, B, or C in the correct coordinates. And has that thing been filled out correctly? In the middle. If all these variables are true, start a timer. And then while timer is running, I know run animation of more particle effects inside there. So you see how it's a sequence of logical yes/no questions essentially, and then we just have a stopwatch. And once stopwatch is done, then we can open that thing and out comes blister steel, which it just it's like when timer is done and all the requisites have been filled, then replace object A in list, in this snippet, replace object A with object B. And then that is how iron, well, there's some iron there, it turned into blister steel. A lot of the stuff the player does here is just visual representation, whereas the game itself is ultimately just yes/no questions, math, that kind of stuff happening in the background. Which, in my opinion, is super goddamn cool. How to turn math and numbers into stuff like physics and representing pixels on screen. And especially because if you want to make your own games, you don't have to worry about how does a computer actually get the pixel on the screen, unless, you want to make your own engine, which I think is a very cool project in itself. But that's why you can use stuff like Unreal or Unity or Godot and just make your own machine, because the people who built the engine took care of a lot of the really technical detail of how do I read input from a keyboard. Like how do I make a program that understands that a button has been pressed and what button it was and how long it has been pressed. The Godot does all that for, the engine does all that for you. Like how do we get a colored pixel of a certain color on a certain coordinate on the screen? The engine does all that for you, and most of them does also the other complicated math, like physics, is usually also handled by the engine. I mean, because unless you want to have your own special physics or make changes, then you just add that in there into the logic. But other than that, a lot of that is handled for you. So you just have to then figure out, sort of like trying to design a tabletop game. So that, you know, you have your pawns and I want to move them around, pop, pop, pop. And then when we go here, we win. Whoever gets here first wins. The idea of logic and how the logic system works is something I can comprehend and learn quickly. Naturally, it's how to write it and how it works while we're struggling. Yeah. I mean, I am very much enjoying Godot. It is a very lightweight engine. It is like super lightweight. You download it and it's like a few hundred megs or something. Yeah, and it's like, and you install it and you can immediately start working. I'm also interested in trying to learn Unreal, but that is a big chunky beast that eats RAM. But it can make then like super, because Unreal's real. Why I would use Unreal is one, because I want to practice my C++, and two, if I want to make something that has really complicated graphics, because Unreal's graphics, sort of physics and their proprietary math logic that they have in the engine is really, really good. If I just want to learn, like, how do I make games, and I'm not that good at coding, for example, and then I would maybe even I would just maybe suggest Godot, because Godot's inbuilt coding language that they use there, like, you know, like when I code on Godot, I'm using a form of language I'm not using anywhere else. It is only works for Godot, but it's very close to Python especially in the way that the function names and all that is very close to natural language. Whereas if I use C, a very like low level language, and it's an older language, and also it was made when computers did not have the memory capacity they have today. So that's why all commands usually are very like compressed. So you have like, you know, you have to like just write cat to do stuff, and you know, it's very concatenated. So you have to like learn how to like read the language and the commands more. Whereas in GDScript or Python, you know, it's a later era language, so they're used to, okay, computers have enough memory, we can add more letters, it's fine, you know. And so you have function names and variables, which are by practice all have actual like full English names. And so you have code that is more self-explanatory. So it's easier to get into the logic. At least that's how I feel. So if you just want to like try out and get new stuff, I would recommend Godot. Super fun, nice, fun, simple engine, and it can do very complicated things. You know, I'm using it to make pixel art games because I like pixel art games. But it can do full 3D. People have made very complex games with it. It doesn't have to be a 2D thing. And also Godot is open source, so that it itself has a bunch of like mods and things, so you can do even more weirder stuff with it. I mean, so you can add so there's more, how would I say, resources that exist that people have made who might be trying to do what you want to do in a game. You don't have to sort of like reinvent the wheel all the time in case you want to do something slightly different, or you wish Godot would do something slightly more complex that it does by you know, straight out of the box. And it has a bunch of graphics assets that are really easy to use and so on. So yeah. Now, I usually start my stream at 10, but I had a dentist appointment this morning, so I started out later. And yeah, from here on out, I'll be starting out all my streams with some game dev. Tomorrow at, I think, 11 my time. So I won't have that much time. I think we're doing some story content in here in the game. That's why today I need to try to get my dude some armor. Get my armor back in action. So tomorrow there'll be a much shorter dev time, and today was also slightly shorter dev time just because I don't, you know, my brain is a little foggy. So that, you know, if you want to do, you know, if you want to see, you know, beginner work on Godot, and I try to narrate my logic on like what leads me to do the choices I take and so on. Right, now here I believe it is green and black, right? There we go. Dark green book. That's what I wanted. Finally, I have made a book. Now, I have heard claims. What? Ink and quill. One bowl, one feather. was lied to. I thought the book was all I needed to write books because I have a bad memory. To go stream next time I see you doing some coding or even have a look at your VODs. Well, thank you very much. And I hope I can, get something out of it. On Sundays, I also start by, there's a 3-hour game jam called the Try Jam. And I try to do that every Sunday now because it is a fun challenge in can I make game from scratch in 3 hours. They're not very good games. And I don't always succeed in making anything functional. But surprisingly often I have succeeded now. That has been fun. So those are some game dev speedrun. Just to make something, make anything, as long as it kind of works. And fits the theme of the week. So if I do this, no. Up. Up, up, up. God damn it, you lied to me again. Oh, 1 liter of black dye. Yep. Uber. I thought that was looking a little too simple. So how do I make? Oh. Well, heck. I guess we'll have to wait there. Yeah, I don't think I want to start by coding my own giant game, full texture, sound physics, etc. But I have figured out I'll start by doing something simple, like making a mod that turns the drifters in VS into cute little goblins, or replace the sounds of certain monsters found and found. Yeah. No, welcome back from the ads. And yeah. I mean, that sounds like that could be fun because then you have to. That means you have to you don't have to learn coding from the base up, especially if you don't know any, because you don't necessarily need to know coding for that. But yeah, they have to then just. I'm pretty sure Peter Story has a very thriving mod community, as I've understood, so you can find should be able to find guides for that. And for yes, they're changing sounds. Just changing the sound file in a certain location might be enough for that. Spoke around with some story model creator, and it's pretty simple and straightforward to use. And sound files are just sound file. Exactly. Yes. The only thing you might have to worry about there is add the sound file, and then I don't know, timing. Will the sound fit the animation and so on? Yeah. I know the going giant game full of textures and sounds and physics. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I would recommend not starting with. Yeah. Start something simple. Make a simple platforming. Get from side A to side B. Point A to point B. You can have puzzles. You can have jumping on enemies, they make them to do damage, and you can find some images for cherries or something, or coins. You have to collect them for points. Yeah, it is very much not recommended to start out gaming, or game development, or pretty much any development by making your first, project be some giant, ambitious mega project. It is very possible that you're just gonna end up having a bad time. Alright. I'm just grinding up random stuff. Moving random stuff around. Collecting salt. Well, hello there, human leather hat. I hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah. Graphics and sound file, that sounds like a very cool, very interesting project. 28 liters of water. Leave. There we go. How many of these do we need? I'm curious, I said it before, but if human leather hat isn't a RimWorld reference, I don't know what is. Exactly. I'm pretty sure that has to be a RimWorld reference, or we should all be afraid. How is the steel machine? It's still on. I think I had slept in between. Yeah, see, running out of fuel. Let's move that around. All right. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay. So, hopefully soon I'll have enough steel. And try to figure out what do I need to do. One of the things, okay, so I need fuel for my kiln, so I can make more. I can make more fire bricks, so I can make more fire brick. Whatchamacallums, these things. Wait, can you make these from better bricks? No, they have to be just fire clay bricks. Okay, cool. And I'm running out of refractory bricks as well. Oh, right. There we go. Maxed out again. Alright, bunch of charcoal in there. I guess gonna keep going. Need fuel for this one. Possibly make more bricks. These are my fire clay bricks. I can make some more. I need to smelt a bunch of iron so I can so I can make a bunch of steel and all that jazz. And I don't want to use coal for this project, which is why I'm gonna go on a grand old adventure and get me a whole bunch of peat. Yeah. So lantern goes there. Bring the bread with me. It goes in the rot box. Double checking that everything here is... Okay, wait a minute. Elk, where you at? Having a pot on you? You know, you're not good. I need... Ah! Damn it! There we go. This one. Perfect. There we go. Now we are all set up for a nice little adventure time. Elk! Elk, my friend. Come. Let's go. North. Away! So yeah, because I have found one place that has peat, but I feel that it's annoyingly far away. Wish I had some closer by. There probably is something closer by there, but I just haven't found it yet. So all I can do is run to the one place I do know actually has peat. And with some lovely peat, we can fuel our kiln. Fine. We don't need no roads where we're going. We got elks. There's a lot of caves and back here that I've never actually really explored, and I really should get to that at some point. Yep. Yep. I'm always hoping to find more, essentially a better translocator. Give me a better connection to the north. Because I am 17,000, well, yeah, around 17,000 blocks south from spawn, and tomorrow I'll have to make my way back there. Or, well, actually, we're heading to the Lazarette. Okay, yeah, the Lazarette is also still pretty far north from here. That still needs to be done, needs to be explored. Right, I mean, wants to... Yeah, let's still go there. Good. Now, a part of me was thinking that, you know, might be a good idea to collect some of this here. Amber. Resin. But that'll have to wait for a later time, because right now we are on a mission and we shall try to stay on target for once. See, can we achieve a simple goal? Collect the peat. Ooh, that was a deep hole. And we didn't fall in. Now, I could have, of course. I don't know, cut down a bunch of trees, build that thing with firewood. If I was smart, I probably should have done that and then left. But hey, here we are. And riddled with dumb. Realizing only afterwards that, you know what, I could have had that kill burning while I headed north. Hey. It's also a dangerous looking hole. Thankfully we landed next to it, not on it. No, this looks like the kind of place that could potentially have peat. Also, big map, what do you say? First, let's see. It's hard to say, yeah. Hard to say color-wise, if I could find that anywhere else nearby. Okay, now where the heck am I? There. I should head west. No. I just straight north. That is very annoying terrain to traverse, so if I go straight north, might be better. Alright. Up and away! Adventures will always continue. More red clay, that's nice. I don't need red clay right now. I do have a whole bunch of blue clay, so I was also considering like making even more blue clay bricks. Oh, I've grown quite fond of the cream bricks, as you might have noticed in the basement floor. And I need more of that for it. Well, more basement floor. And also for what I use for the pillars. That I chiseled to kill the coal in for the forge. Ooh, that looks like adventure. Sadly, I'm not here for adventure, friendo. That's a cool little clearing. It's not what I'm here for. I do like how, even with the map having the like true colors, you know, running around these dense forests can be really dangerous. Because with the true colors, the like deep holes turn white. And with the sepia, well, sepia white isn't quite as obvious. That, oh no, giant hole on the map. So, there we go. But then with the giant forest, the canopy might be hiding that giant hole, so you can't really see it on the map. And that does make me think. Could you then, in theory, like hide your base from the map? You know, make a nice big building, and then you cover its roof with, where are we? Pete is there. And then you cover its roof with trees. Oh! That could have been bad. Thankfully only could. And not was. Okay. Up there. I need Pete. Okay, we can do this. Minuscule amounts of chromite. Well now. Chromite is something I've been looking for. So I would love to get my hands on some chromite so I can make the extra fancy leathers. There we go. Ooh, even a cranberry bush. Isn't that lovely? And I'm gonna steal your bed. Put it there. My armor is pretty busted. Eat a sandwich. I forgot to put that in the rot box. Because, you know, niin vittu tietysti. That's how it goes sometimes. Here we are, doing our best, collecting up all the stuff. By the way, we had a storm, so now the rift activity is calm. I do like how the rift storms follow this sort of like, kind of like stormy rules, so they can like storm themselves out. Also, I do this. So notice if you spread them out like that, the game wants to fill up all of those blocks first, before it then starts a new stack on your hotbar. So that's a decent way of like making sure, so you can keep somewhat track of how much stuff you've actually collected so far. Because you suddenly see the thing you're collecting to start collecting on your hotbar. And the game also has these quiet moments, and I personally I kind of love, I quite enjoy the between the story music. I've noticed that a lot of people who play this have played this maybe a little too much because they've been fed up with the music and require their own soundtracks. Which, of course, makes sense. Makes sense. But I wish this game would have an option similar to Dwarf Fortress, where I can choose like how often a new soundtrack hits, like a new song hits. Because sometimes you end up with these really quiet moments. And I think it would be nice if I could choose when and where they happen. Got hit by a rock. Fell 1 meter. I do believe Winter Stories physics logic is based on meters. So 1 block is 1 meter. Which I do believe is also used for Minecraft. Which, makes sense because the metric is based on decimals. On tens and so on. Base 10, nice counting system. Imagine how they had this thing in like yards. How the fuck do you make a computer understand yards? It had that like excessively complex computing to make sure all the random, size changes make sense. Metric, you just, decimals of 10. Much easier. Computer understands 10 things that go in that function in base 10, even though the computer itself does think in base 2, which does actually convert to base 10 quite simply. Diggy hole. Hey there, big fat taco, so big you got a diggy hole. How you doing? And I hope you're having a wonderful day. And yes, well, PT hole. I need a cheaper fuel. So I have come for the peat. Because I need to make a whole bunch of ceramics. And I can't be bothered to do all that logging. Because I have to do a whole ton of logging to make all my charcoal. And all that charcoal is currently going to be used for metal production. So I have come here to rip the peat out of this land. If you use peat, charcoal does take forever though. Yeah, exactly. And because charcoal burns really hot, like I found a little bit of brown coal and I was considering going to mine that stuff as well. But the problem is I'm trying to make steel right now. I need a new plate armor. My old plate armor got sadly got deleted because I took too long to get to my body. So my really cool meteoric iron was lost into the bit space. I do have an elk, which makes transportation of stuff easier. There we go. Put some wood. There we go. Elk is full. Time is 10. That has 7 hours. What? I did steel for the first time. Bought the set from a trader though. Yeah. It's a fun process, and especially because I have a background in metalworking, I found the game to be wonderful in its respect for detail. So remember when I tried to make an iron anvil? Oh, nuggets. I I noticed like, oh, we get top and bottom half. Then I wonder how you connect them, and then I notice, oh, we can put it on the forge to get hot. Okay, so we're doing forge welding, and then I remember I was commenting on the fact that okay, this is very cool. This is in fact how you would in fact make an animal of this size. You make it in pieces, you forge weld them together, and but you can't just do a naked forge weld, especially not of that size. And I hope they would actually hold. You would need something to deal with the oxide and protect the weld where it's happening. Something like, for example, borax. And then I tried to do the thing, and then the game told me you need borax, and I was very happy about that. So yeah, I love the like little realistic details in this game, and that's also why I'm enjoying the steel production. In the sense, okay, first you get iron. I'm like, okay, cool. Even though iron is technically steel, no one does anything with raw iron. All iron ends up with some carbon in it, so it's all kind of steel, except for like wrought iron, which is a steel which is an iron alloy that has a very high amount of coal in it. Ah, the ads are upon us. Well, while the ads happen, I'll keep digging this, and then I'll continue my rants of why I like Vintage Story. No, Phantom Ash. That is also something I've been considering looking into with Vintage Story modding. I've been like thinking about the fact that it could be fun to add even more like slightly pointless granularity to the crafting. Add more annoying realism. Especially because they were hoping to add stuff like, I mean, on their plans for the future, what's it called? The roadmap for the game. They do have tempering mentioned, so they are obviously hoping to add that part, which is very cool. And then I would wonder, like, how would they balance all that out? Because tempering is very important, but it's also very easy to ruin, especially if you have tools that get hot often. I'm back from the ads, everyone. I was just mentioning the fact that I very much enjoy the granularity of crafting in this game, the complexity, the realism, and so on. And one of the things I really enjoyed was one thing that made me happy was how the forge welding required borax, and that in the roadmap they mentioned that they want to add tempering into the game, which is heat treating steel to make it. What you first do is you make it really hot, and then you quench it in the water really fast. And what this does, it makes the steel, very, very hard, but it also makes it very, very brittle. It is referred to as being glass hard because it will be, ridiculously hard but brittle as glass. So you can shatter it and it's just charged like a window. And after that, you warm it up again. You do it very slowly. So the thing is, when it's really hot and it gets really rapidly cooled down, all the the crystal lattice of the iron gets formed in a super, super fast. And that creates a lot of tension, because instead of the crystals slowly forming around each other, they form really fast. And they all have they're all tangled and jumbled up, and they have they're stressfully pulling on each other, and that makes it really hard and brittle. And then when you warm it up really slow, you sort of ease up that tension, that knot that's inside the crystal lattice, essentially. And what you end up with is a softer metal, and that is why, because then you warm up slowly, then you find the right amount of hardness to softness or flexibility, and that is how you then find the correct temper for things like, say, a kitchen knife or a chisel. See, a kitchen knife needs to bend, but it doesn't need to. It also needs to remain hard, so it needs to bend, but it doesn't need to be too crazy flexible. It doesn't need to remember its shape, unlike, say, a spring, which needs to be durable but also very flexible and be able to resist plasticity, like it being deformed again or return to its previous shape. And then a chisel, well, it needs to be hard. It needs to be soft enough so that it doesn't shatter when it's used, but it doesn't need to flex at all beyond that. So you can leave that one pretty hard. So you warm that up to, because usually you then when you warm it up, because when you do the first part of the tempering, you usually end up with a black oxide surface, and then you get yourself a piece of like sandpaper and you sand off so you can see the raw metal underneath, and then you start heating it up again, and you watch as it changes color. So if you've got like a straw yellow, is what it starts entering first into like oranges and yellows, and you get like straw yellow color is the color you usually want for tools that are hard and do not need to flex, like say a chisel. And then for more springiness, you usually want it to go into the blue color. And it's usually there also where you might want to say have a kitchen knife. Because kitchen knives usually also need to bend. And then you have different ways of making knives. For example, I made my kitchen knives using the sort of the method that been popularized by the Japanese, and they got the naming for it and everything. The sanmai method, where you essentially make a sandwich of high carbon steel in the middle, and then softer metals on the side. So I made the sides be they're stainless steel sides and a high carbon steel that runs in the middle. High carbon steel then gets heat treated. Your basic stainless steel won't get tempered because it doesn't have a high enough carbon content. But because it has the sort of like essentially like cheeks, the outer layers of the sandwich are made of a soft metal, they can absorb a lot of like stress, like bending stress. So they work as a sort of cushion. So that way I could leave the center part much harder than I normally would on a kitchen knife if it would all made of one metal. So without the cheeks, it would have the risk of breaking. But this way I can have a harder center, which then holds a sharpened edge slightly better. So that was neat. And also a fun experiment in forge welding, where I forge welded a high carbon steel to the stuff. What is the stuff now? To stainless steel. Me and my random rants about random stuff I did once. When I was studying metalworking and blacksmithing and stuff. Oh, I accidentally ate all the bread, so that means I overate. Oh well, wasted calories. Oh, that's a hole into the ground. Oh, it's full of adventure, but my armor is torn, and I am on a mission. Will Metal Bunker 2? Or yeah. Yep. I studied to be a more like artisanal metal worker in general. So I learned in my education, and we went through machining, blacksmithing, and welding. I still do some welding every now and then for my car and stuff. And then the problem was the blacksmithing isn't really, it's very much a dying trade here in Finland. And so what I would have hoped to get work for was, for example, I did an internship at the National Opera, a theater and opera, because they made all the like giant sets for opera and stuff they get made in a workshop. And that was super cool, but the competition for the actual actual job was super high. So me as an intern, I couldn't really compete against, actual masters in their field who also wanted that job. So I end up doing into pretty much just what's the word, construction, where I mostly actually worked for spent most of the time for a plumbing company, and I was actually mostly just like fire safety guy, where they were actually like older and more experienced people doing the actual welding, and I was just then I had to stay behind a couple of hours later so that we could stay to code, and I had to be there and stare and make sure concrete doesn't catch fire from the sparks. So that was less than cool. But then I worked for a while at a factory where we made safes and like safety deposit boxes, actually like large inbuildable safes, and like metal lockers for JG rooms, that kind of stuff. And that was neat as well. But especially after COVID, I've had some more breathing difficulties every now and then, which means also that I'd rather not do too much of a like physical labor as a day job anymore. It gets a little uncomfortable, and that is why I then started studying coding. And I was just about to enter the workforce, and then that coder bubble burst, and well, had a bit of a burnout and breakdown at that point in my life. Now I found streaming, which is super fun, and which has helped me get my maintain some semblance of a routine in my life. Oh no, I'm down the wrong path. Okay, back. No, this way. Yes. Ooh. I remember watching a dude on YouTube smelt an obsidian knife, which is very hard because obsidian is very brittle. You generally just break it off and use that as a knife. He smelted an obsidian knife. Well, I mean, it's glass, so yeah, it's very brittle. Obsidian is glass, and glass is very, very hard. But the harder a material is, usually that means the more easier it will shatter. You want the perfect combination of hardness and flexibility. So the harder it is, if a hard material can't flex, it can't bend because it's hard, so it can only break. Spent a year early in Australia doing basic training engineering, which didn't entail any metal bunking, mostly just metal fabrication and welding. Ooh, make and take. Well, I mean, welding is cool as well. It's and also a very, very handy and practical skill. Especially because up here in the north, we sand our salt roads during the winter to help, lower the freezing temperature of water, so we'll have less icy roads. But that also means that the bottom of your car will usually end up rusting very easily here and quickly. So being able to do your own welding for your basic car maintenance has saved me a lot of money. So that's been a good skill to have. Did enjoy metal fabrication. Yeah, I mean, like using metal lathe and the machining and the machine stuff and stuff like that is also very, very cool. Never got into the CNC stuff because in school we had machines and we did everything manually. I mean, CNC to the effect that we had very precise digital calculators, whereas when I was doing an internship in Scotland, there the machines were just old school manual measuring, no digitals. It was also very fun. But yeah, Scotland, the UK, they have a thriving blacksmithing culture still, which is very good for them. And mostly just the idea of finding weird and interesting gems and minerals in a vast, deep, dark. Oh yeah, proper dwarves. Yeah. Obsidian though is usually a more volcanic glass. I can't remember where it's come from. What the base sand is. Is it perhaps even basalt? Could be. I think most glass that we use now is from granite. I want to say quartz. Can't remember. That gets melted into glass then. Would enjoy blah blah blah. It's called oxyacetylene torches, which is a bit more interesting. Yeah, those are fun too. So I mostly use the oxyacetylene for blacksmithing stuff to get a certain point in the metal really hot. Which I mostly use to make the ends of a rod swell up and stuff. Oh yeah, bought on the car that spent much of his life living in Japan. That's when I'm going to snow here in Australia, really, and all the under chassis was covered in surface rust from driving in the snow. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. And at least for us, yeah, it's not even the snow that's really the worst part. It is these extra added rock salts and mineral salts that they cover the roads in. And there is an ongoing debate that's been going on for decades of does it actually do anything? Other than, ruin cars. Obsidian is such an interesting material. I would love to get my hands on some to see what it's like. Yeah, well, I mean... surely you can buy it from somewhere. It's just volcanic, quote-unquote just, but it's volcanic glass. So obsidian in that sense is a very interesting material, and if people think how to make, say, a knife out of it. Yeah, well, obsidian is what the Aztecs and stuff use in a lot of their weaponry. And because it was in abundance, and because you can do it with knapping. Knapping is a very interesting technique I know of, but have never actually tried myself. But with the napping is where you like chip off bits of a material from the like base material, and then you make things super sharp with that one. And it was cool because also with the Aztecs, because unlike say a metal knife or a sword, which you maintain, your obsidian knives and weaponry, well, they just, you know, you had they were modular. And something broke enough, well, you just took it out and put in a new piece of sharp rock instead, which had been napped. Plus, also because glass, as some of you might know if you had unfortunate encounters with broken glass, glass can become ridiculously sharp by just shattering just the right way. And that's what you do when you nap, and it becomes like insanely sharp. And it maintains that edge thanks to being so fucking hard. I think there are some tools, like some knives and scalpels that have obsidian like cutting edges, simply because you can make a small enough cutting edge that remains that becomes, as you know, has like the correct angle and remains hard enough to actually cut. And it's more realistic to do that with something like obsidian or sort of like hard glass material rather than steel, because steel is ultimately soft. So if you make it thin enough, it becomes all wobbly. And you get a spring instead of a like decent knife. Knife and the glass, I don't think will ever really wobble. Well, I mean, glass fibers exist. That's a different story. It's just more that every other way to deal with black ice is expensive. That is very true. Big fat tackles so big. But then again, the thing also with the salt issue here, at least, is because it's also a very decent way for large companies to get rid of chemical waste. You sell it off as salt for the roads, and then, you know, what used to be illegal, dumping your chemical waste into nature, is now a profitable business because you sell it to the government and they will spread it out into nature for you by spreading it all over the roads. So it's one of those, that's why there's also an ongoing debate, like, is this actually beneficial for anyone, or are we just poisoning local nature for nothing? Like, everything is expensive, but then it's a question of just resources. And also, like, modern snow tires are just really good compared to what they used to be. Material technology has continued evolving and does every year, every 5 years, every 10 years. It, you know, takes leaps and bounds, happen sort of in the background, but they're those leaps and bounds that end up being the most important ones. Ooh. I think they should make meteoric iron different to do. I'm pretty sure in reality iron from space is the same as from Earth iron. Yes, but in fiction, meteoric cold iron is effective against monsters. I mean, depend on the fiction, but yeah, I mean, usually, you know, meteoric iron, star iron, in one of many things like Cthulhu-ish stuff is, yeah, it has cool sort of fantastical properties. And that's also what I like in this one. So meteoric iron is slightly like fancier than your basic iron that you pull from the ground, and it has a cool different like coloration to it. It has a better like here we see, like here's a meteoric iron anvil and a normal like iron anvil, iron hammer. Meteoric iron it is a much lighter color and has these gold flecks. And in tools it has more durability than your basic iron, but then, you know, properly, look at this blister steel, but then a proper steel is then the most durable in this game. You know, I can use normal firewood for that. I can, but that takes effort. I need to cut down trees and do shit, and I'm like, I don't wanna, plus I don't have decent axes right now. I got like a flint axe, I think. Yeah, that's about it. Because I made a large amount of charcoal a little while back, and now all my good my good tools are all messed up. Oh, well, they're gone. Gone now, chat. No more good tools for us. I'm gonna need a nice little peat hole. Oak log. I want to add gem cutting. It would be cool, and it would be interesting to see how they end up doing it. At the same time, also, I must then ask, like, okay, that'd be cool, it'd be neat, but why? What exactly does a gem do? I mean, they do have the raw gems in here already, so in that way, it would make sense. Oh wait, I wonder could this work? Oh, something you can see inside, right? Nah, doesn't have a graphic for this one. Some items we can do. Not all. And I guess gem cutting could be valuable in just that it's where could I need another book for this? Oh, I have an infinite amount of these little bastards. Like just increasing the value of the gem, that could be cool, I guess, for trading. Practical uses for rubies are, for example, their use as axles inside watches. Diamonds mostly for drills and saws, yeah. And like hitting edge on a chisel, for example, because diamonds are exactly that, they're very hard. So drills, chisels, saws, sanding, that kind of stuff, diamonds would be good for. Rubies are traditionally used a lot in watches. In handmade, high quality watches, they often have ruby axles for the cogs, because of the difference in hardness leads to that the axle is not the one that gets worn down when it spins. Well, good morning to you, Jim King. I'm doing quite fine. I hope you're having a lovely day there too, my friend. We went out for adventure, get some peat. Now there's peat, and now I need to just fill up the rest of the space here. I'm not sure what all I would do. I guess I could do one more planter or something, and then I could take out these shelves. But we'll see. Make some more cream clay bricks. Oh. There we go. Some more of those. I always felt the pocket watches feel like really real world magic. Clockwork feels otherworldly. Oh yeah, not just that. Consider this. A mechanical calculator is a thing that exists, which means it's not just a clockwork watch, but a clockwork that can do mathematics. Which means that with a large enough clockwork, you can recreate modern computer PCs as much as well, because they are in the end binary machines, yes or no, and which means you can replace it's a switch, left or right, yes or no. You can make a clockwork machine that can run Doom. It is doable, in theory at least. Not thinking. On the pizza game. Oh, I found a match for the pizza. It is. Hey there, Blocky. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Not looking good. Loving this game. Yeah, Jim King. This game is amazing. Oh, yeah, Scream Boy. Scream for me, boy. Damn it. It's annoying because these are like 24 per block, right? One entire stack is 64, which means you end up with empty space. Very, very annoying. Oh no, did I do 4? So still 4 more. I think that should be... Yeah, wonderful pile. 24, 24. Why did I look with my eyes when I could put my finger, my pointer on it? One hell of a pizza oven. It is, mate. I love it. You can make computers with redstone, lol. Yeah, I mean, you can make computers with water, pretty much, with anything that can... If you can make a thing go either left or right, and you have control of this, that means you have a binary check of yes or no, 1 or 0. And that means with enough of those pieces, you can recreate pretty much all of modern computation. It's all based on yes or no's, 1s or 0s. Binary. How can I make Minecraft in Minecraft? You absolutely can make Minecraft in Minecraft, but it would be very, very inefficient. Have you done the sturdy backpacks? No, I have not yet. So the jugs were just the beginning. Oh, wait. What? Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I need to have a little look-see-booksy here. And the Discord. That's my own. God damn you. 1.21. Oh. We're struggling to find chromite. It is, yeah. Lol, I found chromite when I was digging out a drifter farm. Nice. Yeah. Oh, and that was 1.21, so it's not out yet, because I have this one raw planter here. Oh, terrible. Sorry, made of blue clay that's gonna get cooked with these bricks. So will this turn cream, or will it be in the next update? Next update. Ooh. I wonder if that'll be retroactive, like with the chickens, because I can now have like a large amount of chickens of various colors running around there. And previously they were all black. So once the next update comes along, I guess at least this here planter will should turn creamy. Nice creamy planter. Cream your plants, yo. Which means it's time to make another one. Whoop. I love the mini games. Crafting mini games for the win. Makes it feel more real, yo. Up, up, up. Like the wolves and bears and stuff. Yeah. And also all the drifters and the enemies are also now have color variation, when previously it was also only like depending on their tier. You had the surface ones were like, you know, light, and then the deep ones were dark and so on. Now they all have varying shades, so it's not quite as easy to identify what exactly you're fighting by a glance, which actually in my opinion is kind of cool. Oh. Had a quick look. So, raw fire clay. Fine. Right. This thing is full of blue clay, and then I hear some more blue clay. So I have some blue clay, so I can sacrifice some of it, I guess. Lime, crushed cassiterite. Wrong. This one. For die making. Oh. Guess I need to cook some more flint. Fun fact, bears in this game function like in reality, with the bears matching their aggressiveness like in reality. Unlike black bears are somewhat cowardly, while brown and polar bears are vicious. That is very true. That is very true. This game has so many layers of bordering on needless.
Hello there.
Ooh, hello there. Ugla, hope you're having a wonderful day there, my friend. I have gotten a sense of feeling back in my face, which is nice. Alright, did these guys... There you go, then. Never heard of a sun bear, though, so I don't know how they act in reality. Or if pandas are aggressive. Pandas are known for just not giving a shit. I mean, they give birth and they're surprised. What the hell happened? And pandas are very passive beasties. As far as I know. And sun bears, I believe, are also sort of Asian. I need 4 more. That makes... So there we go. Perfect. What? I couldn't math. My math has failed me. How do I do this? Lovely. Lurk in the shadows. That's right. You went to the teeth correction here. I did. I got like one padding on another. It's an old one that they've tried to like rebuild the tooth more than once. And now he's gonna do the 3rd attempt at fixing that chipped tooth. And then there was just a hole that needed patching today. One more dental adventure coming up. And I'm thinking I should probably make another stack of these blue clay ones. With cream bricks. This should keep me going for a little while. But if I could make use of these shelves, though. Do I need anything? What do I need? Ceramic. I made one more planter, which is nice. I could, of course, make... I can make some flower pots. Flower pots are nice. Ooh. Storage vessels. Because if these guys are gonna turn... If these are gonna turn cream colored with the next update... Well, that's going to be worth testing out, because I do have some, like, handmade ones of these, but they are not... I don't think I made one in the beehive kiln using these, the settings, if you will, for making it out, getting it to be turned cream colored. So we'll see how that goes. They literally fall out of trees. Ooh, 1.21 is going to be so many nice things just in the crocs. No, yeah, because I'm really excited because, you know, it was like, okay, like they said in chat, it would be cool if we had like gem cutting. And I think, yes, gem cutting, the noble art of lapidary could be very cool. And then I was thinking, so, and there are use of clockwork and stuff in the game, so you can make sense, because rubies are used in clockworks to be axles, because they can resist. They are very durable. It's a very durable material, ruby, and as such, it makes an excellent sort of middle axle for cogs to spin around, because then the hardness difference makes it so that, yeah, eventually it is the cog that wears down, and it's easier to replace a cog than an axle. Plus it looks nice, you know, as a material. And I guess also, yeah, it can make sense, yeah, because you have to then do all the heat treating and stuff for your cogs. Because you can't just have like soft steel in there. You're gonna have to like properly like heat treated steel to get that durability up into where you need it. No. Well, that's a skill I would like to also learn one day. You know, the watchmaking. I always liked engineering, building things by my hand, with my hands and so on, like, and try to engineer things that will like function, like machines and so on. So machinery was really cool. I couldn't get into clockmaking school when I was younger. I tried. Sadly, I didn't. They train watchmakers and micro engineers in that school. In the school, micro engineers then, they study with the watchmakers, and then they end up doing stuff like building formula cars, fine-tuning unique engines, and working within aviation and the space industry. That could have been cool. But now I'm also very happy with that. I have found coding and development, because that is... I find the same joy as I found in building things, in creating physical machines, or trying to make that. Except with coding, it's a lot easier because, well, the material costs are a lot lower than, when trying to make something out of, say, metals and so on. Yeah, the code itself doesn't cost that much. So it's easier to, build, break down, rebuild, try again. Whereas if you're working with, say, trying to figure out, can you actually forge titanium? Fun fact, you kind of can. It's hard and it's actually really weird, but you can. Even though my teacher said you can't, and then I was like, are you sure? And he said, I don't know, actually. Why don't you give it a go? And I did, and I found that it has a sort of phase states depending on its heat, and which were just weird. Whereas, because if you have steel and iron or copper, and you start heating it up to make it soft, like in forge, it has a very even curve of when the hotter it gets, the softer it gets. Whereas titanium had these sort of stages of when it reached a certain heat, it suddenly jumped in softness. And it did that a couple of times, and then when it cooled down, it was soft, 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 harder, harder, and then it was still malleable, and then suddenly hard, and oh shit. And by that time, yeah, you really wanted to stop hammering, because, well, then it's turning, when the thing you're forging turns harder than your tools, well, that's when you're gonna have a bad time. Wrong button. I think they only turn cream after 1.21 instead of changing after firing. Oh, yeah, Blocky. I mean, that's what I was saying, because I want to just still make it so that it's, because I'm pretty sure when I make it like this, the object has its history of how it was created, flags in what sort of setting the oven was in, so that when the update comes, at least some of my vessels should then change color. That's what I was hoping for in the future. And hey there, Blackthorn. I hope you have a lovely day, and you'd watch the Son of Hunt Forge YouTube channel. Well, I'm kind of hoping to make one. I don't have access to a into a smithy right now, but I'm hoping to get something worked out this summer. So that'll be neat. Be very interesting indeed. Well, thank you. Well, yes. Cool stuff. Thank you very much. Yeah. I mean, I do have some tools, and I've been sort of thinking I could try to make some jewelry. I do have some gemstones. I do have some silver. I do have some hand tools that I made. So I could do some goldsmithing on channel, if someone wants to see. No, it's been years since I did anything, so there's a lot of relearning I would have to do, and that could be fun as well. Just have a crafting channel. Or at least make some kind of crafting content as well. I'm looking at stuff. Confused. What am I? Who am I? What is this? Oh, right. I was going to make more of this shit. There we go. Guess I have 2 full piles of that. I don't think I need flower pots just yet. Craft beers. Would that be then, a channel of, drinking or crafting the beers then? I'm here to taste test the beers, friend. That's not enough to be too useful, but we can... Oh, I can use it as a bench. Sag. Oh, that is also why I need to make those, because we can now cook flint in these, which is nice. Yeah. A rock collection. So I have a few cool rocks. A piece of volcanic rock. Cool. Lots of weird rock with purple sparkles in it that I found while digging out a garden. Nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the rock collecting is also pretty cool, and a lot of the people are doing some really fancy things. What's the best material to start relearning things? Do you have a favorite thing you'd like to craft? I mean, it depends on what I'm making, really. It's more like, what kind of technique do I want to practice again? Like for blacksmithing, well, the first thing I would like to do is just, heat up some metal and start bashing it at an anvil. I have my own handmade hammer right there. There's an anvil at my parents' place, and that is sort of where I'm hoping to be able to make a forge happen. And then for jewelry, well, that would just depend on, well, what are we gonna do? What would I want to make? Figure out what else to do here. I need to fill up my... Let's make some flower pots, I guess. Indeed, Hannibal. Guess that's, really true with any sort of relearning project that I would like to do is, yeah, it always depends on more like, yeah, what are we trying to achieve here? Why are we doing this? And then, or is there a certain technique I would like to practice more of? Like part of the goldsmithing one could also be because could be just fun to show how boring it can be, because it's a lot of filing. Whereas something I would like to learn to become better at myself would be stuff like stone setting. Stone setting could be nuggets. There we go. Is something I quite liked because it's a technical challenge as well as sort of a challenge in your own, what's the word, finger agility. So much filing, yeah. It's mostly filing, and once you're done with all the filing, well, congratulations, you have now graduated up to sanding. And after all of that, then it's time to polish. And during polishing is usually when you notice whether or not you did your sanding correctly. Because if you didn't, you're gonna see streaks, which means you gotta sand it all over again. Because, no scratches. All right, then. Oh, there we go. So we got flower pots. All right, let's fill up the rest with just bricks. I wish I could have more of those, but I can't. It's not to be. How Much filing and measuring and tiny hammering. Yeah, I have my own special fancy goldsmith's hammer I made. I very much enjoyed that one. That was a machining task in school, making a goldsmith's hammer. Quite liked that one. I always try to sand excessively because polishing is so disgusting. Well, I mean, I guess that's good. That means you're doing your sanding, properly, giving it the attention it deserves. And I guess that was also one of the things that I did like with the whole blacksmithing thing, because it's, compared to goldsmithing, it is, there's a lot less to, you know what, they would probably help if I turn these into bricks first. Oh, 24. Actually, yeah, what is that, 24 by times 3, that's 60. 72. We need 72 bricks. The measuring and the polishing are the hate. For me, it's the worst. Well, I mean, the importance of those is, I made too many bricks. That's what I get. That's what I get for not paying attention. Because it would depend also on, oh shit, I can't do that. That's too many. It's going in the hole. Because if you're doing stuff like, say, like stone setting, then getting your exact measurements is very important, because you need your exact measurements, to the 10th of the millimeter to fit the stone you're, setting. Whereas if you're just making some, I don't know, more organic shapes, not that important, but yeah, it always depends on what are you making. Yeah, I need to finish the chiseling on this side. It's behind. No one looks here. It's fine. Yeah, but in blacksmithing, yeah, because that the rough burnt surface was often what you were kind of going for as well. So quite as big of an issue. All right, it's only 70%. Yeah, it's closed. What are you milling? Lime. The lime and the coconut. Quartz. Yeah, but the lime and the coconuts. Shake it all up. Saltpeter, lime. Lime. Okay for mortar for a while still. Ooh, black dye, finally. Flip. Now a black dye, a feather, ink, and a quill. Finally, I can write. to-do list. Mills IRL are fascinating. Sales torque RPM gives like 40, 60 HP, but old-timey machinery lost like 2/3 before they did any work. Yes, and hello there, sheep in a cart. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And that is true, yeah, because old-timey machines didn't have ball bearings, among other things. So yeah, there was a lot of the stress and the energy was lost in just the wear and tear of the machine itself, revolving around and in and on itself, you know. It is, yeah, friction is in general the enemy of moving parts. Yeah, it's not super difficult though. The cabochons are always an easy thing if you stuff up because it's usually thinner silver than a band or something for a ring. I never did customs purely because of that. Literally would get people in, say they're one size, and it would be wrong. And I just made batches of certain rings in a multitude of sizes. People just grabbed one of them, fit them. Yeah, yeah. People have like, oh, this is my ring size. I'm like, neat. Here's the thing, like, doesn't fit. I'm like, you lied to me. Why? Why would you? So it's better, yeah, to fit it onto people's fingers, or then have a have the ring testing set, so you can then always get the actual number from there. I can't remember. Have I shown off my hammers before, you guys? That doesn't work either. Well, then it's the customer's fault. Like, they literally would put their fingers in it, and then you make it by the exact size. They're like, oh, it doesn't fit. Like, excuse me. Oh, well, that's what. Oh, why doesn't it fit? Because you got fat. Stop eating cake for like long enough for me to finish this ring, please. Yeah. Here's my goldsmithing hammer. I made the handle and the hammer itself. It was a machining task when metalworking school. And I did the tempering as well. It is, you don't really see it on the camera, but it has like a slight grayish blue tint. Because again, yeah, it needs to be flexible enough to take a hit, but also then hard enough to, you know, affect what you're hammering. Seems like it's something you normally cast and not machine. A hammer? No. Why would you cast that? I mean, the thing is, because it needs to be heat treated anyway. And if you cast it, you still need to then machine all the surfaces clean, because casting steel leaves a very crappy sort of a skin on it. So no, this is much easier and faster to machine. Just you have to take a piece of like high carbon steel axle, you chop it to the correct size, you put it in like lathe, you machine the correct shapes. You can sort of like sideways that eats out the cheeks, and then you drill the holes and you make sure it's tapered so you can get the handle in. Nice. Pretty? Thank you. Light Lucky Bucky. And then there's, of course, yeah, a blacksmithing hammer. Ah, I smithed this one as well. This one has a long handle. I did it when I was in Scotland. It's a smaller head with a longer handle, which is how they usually do their smithing in Scotland. It's more the British style. In Finland, like my teachers and so on, they usually have a much thicker and heavier head, but with a shorter handle. So it's more like a sledge. But that's just a different school of thought. And yeah, it's a half peen, so we have a rounded peen on the back end, a nice flat hammering surface on the front. A nice little M stamp there as well for a maker's mark. So here we have the forged surfaces, and then the sanded polished surfaces, because it's a hammer, so you need a polished surface, because any mar on the hammer surface will be left on the piece you're hammering. Also very important way, especially if you're working with soft metals like silver and gold and so on. Or copper. Oh, I just realized, yeah, that's an ad break. See, I'm showing off all the cool stuff during the ad breaks. So you subscribers, you know it's worth it. You get the good stuff. Steel. Plates. Armor. Armored. See, there we go. Save and close. Oh. So now if I... Yeah, cool. Fantastic. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Hopefully they weren't too bad. I now have a to-do list in my inking quill so I can write in it. Isn't that fantastic? And the thingamabob is on. So we're getting more Oh, shit. I believe it's all 3, right? Or it's just 2? Blue, clay, brick. No doors open. Good white. Ah, shit. Quick. Ooh. That was a bit of a lovely little my kind of fuck up. Like, oh no, I'm doing it wrong, and then I quickly fixed my mistake, only to realize I was doing it right all along, and my fix is the mistake. Yeah, no doors are open. That's why we get our clay brick, our creamy bricks. That's what we need. Nice, delicious creamy bricks. All right, now if I warm this up, I can start hammering the blister steel into steel. All right, weather is okay for hammering. See, brown coal works perfectly good for forging. I should have gotten some more, but nyt meni näin, as they say. An iron prospecting. Why do I have an iron prospecting pick? It's because I have a steel one. Derek iron shears. I have a steel shovel. Perfect. Obsidian, basalt axe, copper stuff. An iron pickaxe, but I'm wielding my steel one, so that's okay. I'll save all my old meteoric iron tools so for display purposes. And then I'm hoping to other stuff. Some silver, iron plates, meteoric iron plates. Oh. I want to mess that one up. Iron chisel, iron hammer. Okay, receive seed. Firing force 71.82 hours. At some point this thing is gonna break. 73%. That might be enough. You'd want to be very worried about the sulfur content of your brown coal. I mean, it's a pretty ventilated, but it's a well ventilated forge. It's fine. It's fine. Surely nothing could ever go wrong. Human health aside, it hardens and embrittles many materials. Yeah. That is a good point. But steel plates. But it also, depends really a little bit, of course, on like, let's see if I can get my thoughts straight. Like what you're making. If I'm making, say, I'm forge welding something in a sort of whatchamacallit, in the way of when you forward weld, you stretch it out like Damascus steel style. Then it could be bad because then I'm stretching the metal material out and folding it over itself, and so that way the sulfur like crap on the surface would be baked in. That would be bad. That is very true. But if I'm just say you were just forging stuff, shaping metal, and not like baking it into itself, it might work out, you know, without too much trouble. Steel plates. That's what we're turning all of this nonsense into. Finish up. We won't need any more. But otherwise, yeah. I guess one would want to burn this stuff into coke. Steel ingot. What am I? Come on, I'm blind. There it is. Plates. Up. Coke is the coal, charcoal, wood, coke produced by burning coal in oxygenous environment such as coke oven. Coke is a multi-rock starch distributed by bricks in any type of bricks or attached door. 3x3x3 cube of refractory bricks. The center is empty on the 4 cardinal directions. Empty. Coal layers. AJ is empty space. An iron hatch door. I should make a coke oven apparently. Oh. We have 3 at this retirement home and barely touch them. I guess also it depends on what you need them for, kind of thing, you know? It's unevenly and disproportionately on their working faces, and it induces hardening, etc. if causes cracks to form in the working face, which will propagate into the metal. Nanomaterial of defect, much as you round all the corners, except the side corners to prevent a split forming. That is actually, keeping a cart, you have a very good point there, to be honest. High-speed applications like wheels, we actually shot speed, and because media blasting, to relieve the forging stresses on the surface. Yeah. That makes sense. But that's also the thing of, are we talking about, you know, modern, high-end, hardcore, you know, industrial requirements, or, you know, more medieval level, just blacksmithing? The thing is also, yeah, it can induce material deficiencies, making it, you know, less than perfect. But does it matter? But I guess, yeah, but if you want some really high-end, really hard, cool shit, then yeah, you want to be careful about the sulfur content in your fuel. But if you're just, I don't know, making a more simple stuff, that might not be an issue. I think the only thing you need it for is the cupronickel. Well, I might want me some cupronickel, so I'll need one of those for that. And in general, well, how much do I need? I need steel plates, right? For the thing. It's not that. Oh, I had some steel plates. Perfect. I need some iron plates. Make a hatch. For ASMR? Nice. I do get it. And I would agree. I do quite enjoy sound of a forge. And hello there, T-Rex 1983. I hope you're having a wonderful day, friend. Oh, there we go. We got 13 steel plates. That'll get us somewhere. But hopefully it won't be too long until then I'll have even more steel. Steel. Oh. Could do this. Oh. What Jeff is called Hano here. Hey, Jeff, this is what we got of time. Hey, well, you know that Dave Jeff exists across multiple shapes and places in time, and has many names, many of them unthinkable, some of them unpronounceable. Jeff Davies. The Ungod. Ender of Time. Messer of Things. I believe. Yeah. Pop. I'm gonna do pop, and then I can do. Where's that? There's that hammer. My dog is snoring. There we go. I can. Well, I have a bunch of refractory bricks. Maybe it'll be enough. You can always hope. As metal prices fell and labor costs rose, we used far more in far non-important roles. Medieval applications tended to be far more exacting. A modern house might have a few thousand nails. One being bad makes no difference. Historic one might have a dozen. You're gonna care far more. That's very true. And a dozen, no, you can have it way more than that. I mean, nails are one of the most basic and most important things a blacksmith makes. Some say like if you haven't done 10,000 nails, are you even a blacksmith? Are you even can you even become an apprentice before that? As a resident Australian, I say Dave. Condolences. Oh, you. The glory of mechanized industry. Delightful, beautiful, efficient, and so very profitable. Wonderful. I'll be done eventually. We'll be done eventually. Is there anything else I'm sort of waiting on? Every time I see that horned head like moving around, I just go, oh god, it's what? Oh no, it's not a drifter. Oof. Yes, give me boy. It is you, I fear. Oh, the horrors of Straya. I guess we have to ask then, do the politicians and their corporate owners still count as human? Corporate owners, obviously not. I mean, corporations are non-human entities by design, by just, you know, they're not physical. They're not, you know, they don't exist in the real. They're purely informational-based entities that use groups of humans as their brain cells. Some ask aliens, do they live among us? I'd say, well, yes, they have for a long time. Creatures made out of pure information, also known as the standard corporate structure. Life by committee. Yeah, it should be fine. Hey there, little bunny foo-foo. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, my friend. My morning has been interesting. Got some dentistry done to me. Oh no. Are you too cold? No. Still working hard. For one of the most dangerous countries in the world, we are pretty laid-back people. Well, I mean, I guess it comes with the risk, right? You have to be pretty relaxed and be able to enjoy life once you just live in constant fear of, or the knowledge of, you know, death is just round the corner. Wait, no you don't. Better not. Alright, do we have... Okay, that thing is all that more decorative. Shit. I could have sworn I had a steel hammer somewhere. I have an iron hammer. And also, why are these here? Look at me getting confused. You did what? Yeah, I got dentistry. I got my, went to the dentist this morning. And as I started my stream a little late and had my, because I had to wait for get some sense of feeling back in my face. I was just fixing up some holes and, you know, reserving the next one. But that should be them dentistry done for the next few years. And then I did some game deving, which went pretty okay, except that I was just somehow a little out of it, so I was not at my most efficient. So I decided, well, I achieved something, and that something shall be considered good enough. And then I'm now here. Doing shit in the game. Alright, we got 7 ingots. We got 1 meteoric iron. All the steel's gone. It's in plates now. We got tin, we got zinc, we got copper. We can... Are you hiding in here? No, of course not. That would be too fucking sensible. Well, I have 1 sad little meteoric iron ingot right here. So what if I just... turn that bugger into another hammer? I guess that could work. I did find some more meteoric iron, but I've started like trying to collect it in entire blocks as well. Oh, yet I can still cause personal damages to a company in Australia or be fined for defaming one. Well, yes, they have a surprisingly amount of rights, considering that they don't actually exist in the real. You know, in base reality. They exist purely on paper as an intellectual entity. They are made of pure information. And when one steals wages, 2/3 of all the theft, by the way, it's not legally theft, and they can often pay back only part of what is owed over a long installment. That is very true, because they have the most, legal representation. God damn you, wind, how could you fail me in the middle of all my toil? It's pretty basic common law principle. Corporations have far more rights than an individual. Shipping a cart. Yes, because I mean they often have the same rights as an individual, but they're not human. They don't actually have any, what's the word? Responsibilities. That's the one. No, they can't be held responsible because they don't actually exist. Or should I turn this? It's already hot. We'll save that one. Can't work on that animal anyway, so... Wait, can I do iron on this animal? Let's find out. I can! Fantastic. I vaguely hope, man, desperately hoping the wind will return one day. And blow all my woes away. Mind you, I of course love all of our corporate overlords, and they should never be held responsible for anything, right? Don't castle me. Boop. There we go. Backup hammer made. Quick chat. Oh, blowing the sails. Ah. Yes. You blew it. It didn't blow hard enough. Y'all sucked instead. Tragic. So tragic. No, they do exist, but the angle is in regards to irreparable harm. If they go bankrupt, it'll cause more harm to other individuals. Well, yeah, but that's why the contract exists. I love the fact that, oh no, it'll be so bad if the corporations go down because, all the suffering. I'm like, well, surely then the one who is making the decisions should be held responsible for the choices they made, right? But no, it's everyone else. No, you are the problem for not buying the bullshit that you're being sold. Not the company trying to sell you bullshit. Basic. Like in a proper system, responsibility, bubbles up. Profits, trickle down profits and all that. But then, well, shouldn't then responsibility bubble up? And apparently not. Responsibility is shared. Profits are for the owners. That's how it goes, right? Now, mind you, this is not meant to be an anti-capitalist tirade in any form. What I'm criticizing is, well, that in the name of capitalism, very many anti-capitalist choices are being made. Capitalism should be, let the best product win, best service win, not, cronyism and all this. All this junk that has become more prevalent nowadays. Wish we had more kings and guillotines and stuff. Like in the old days. A bit more responsibility for the old decision maker. Not employees, but creditors and debtors, which are themselves corporations, most likely. Oh, the irony. That is very true, T-Rex. That is very true. And that is one of the worst things that I know that really annoys me about the world. It's not even all the corruption and misuse of resources. No, it is the fact that many of them are getting away with by doing it so poorly. Like, I get it. Oh, you're skimming a little bit off the top. You're putting a little bit something extra into your pocket, helping out your friends and family, all that. But at least make the machine run properly, It's like they can't. It looks like many corporate entities can barely, they can barely keep their shit together to exist without getting outside help because, they're just, I don't know what the heck they're doing. I've said it before and I'll say it again, and I hold by this statement. Many companies right now are doing very well financially. And it is not thanks to the management, it is despite the management and all their wonderfully beautiful ideas. And, well, because you have these things like, oh, what the frick? Oh, I think a wind happened. These wonderful things like, professional CEOs. And you think, surely if you've been a CEO in multiple companies, what happened to the old ones, And also, you don't actually care about the company. You're not running at all. You only care about, well, the same thing most creatures in power right now seem to care about, which is number go up. The number must go up. What is the number? Well, that depends on who you're asking. But hey, that number, it must go up. Will this benefit the whole? No, because number must go up. And it's the only game that matters. Are we actually making any profit? Doesn't matter. Can we make number go up? Isn't profit a number? Well, yes, but it's not the only number. And if we can make another number go up, well, then the profit isn't actually that important. It is only quarterly your reports and all that jazz. There's an election coming up soon for us all, and this idiot who tries every election has decided to go a Trump route and say we need it in this country too. I was so laughing when I saw it, and I got really sad because I know some people will vote for him. Well, that is yes, some people will vote because I thought it was funny when I saw that Trump was on the ballot. I said it then, like, oh well, he can win. He can't lose this one because they had a representative of the status quo, which had become so cynically corrupt that any deviation from that, anything at all, was welcome. And the thing is, how would anyone have, how would Donald Trump have not won the election by having literally anyone else run against him except for a representative of the status quo. But nope, couldn't do that. Status quo must continue. But then again, I don't know that much. All I have is my outsider's perspective, and I know I'm breaking my own rules of no politics. So I'm a hypocrite. I'm sorry for being such a hypocrite. Good old sorry, not sorry. As long as we don't, evolve into, blaming too many people. If nothing else, well, the global playing board is most definitely getting shook up. That cannot be denied, so all I can really say is, no matter what happens, we most definitely live in interesting times. All the best. I'm also worried for us in Canada, but the polls look nice. I plan to go to the next protest in Ottawa, supposed to be on Sunday after Easter. Oh, well, that's nice. We also recently had an election, and I did what I'm supposed to. I went and had a vote. That is, regardless of your politics, that is one of the great tragedies of nowadays, is that there is a method. There's a very simple way to control political power, and that is to control who votes. So for every hero out there thinking like, what, my vote, we don't, democracy doesn't work, it's all a sham, I'm not even going to vote. It's like, well, congratulations, you are the problem you just described. Whatever happens, always vote. You have been given a tool, a voice. Use it, or sadly, thou shalt shut up. Oh no, it broke. Thank God we made it back up. And that sound scared me a little bit. All I know is that the last 4 years, the other guys sucked. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, yeah? I mean, like, that's the status quo, man. It's, little bunny, it's because, it's, even looking from the outside, it was like, it's, I don't know what the word is, like, is it psychotic looking at sometimes the things, like, coming out from our Western neighbor, because it's like, it's, one part says one thing, and the other thing, and the other half does something completely different, and it's like, from the outside watching in, it's also like, I don't know what the fuck is this? Everyone is, but then again, I must admit that is the same thing happening in my country too. It's happening everywhere. Politicians are, saying one thing, doing another. Regardless of your politics, I say every single party is suffering from this, and it is the horror and tragedy of career politicians. They've been in power for so long that they, by definition, can only be corrupt. Because they themselves say and think, well, I'm a good politician because I know the people and I have the contacts and the connections to make things happen. Which, in other words, sounds like, well, so you're saying you're letting not the people who voted you in decide what you do or could or should do, but indeed outside interests. Plus, there was the whole old adage of power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and, well, I'd say that's like a percentual chance, though. Every year you're in that, someone is in that position, there's a higher chance that they're going to do things for themselves and for their friends. Might be in the start out with small things, but with every tiny little indulgence, it's like, hey, I don't get caught, no one really cares. So you start doing something naughtier and naughtier and naughtier, and suddenly everything goes all kinds of tits up, man. So I think a lot of people, for Trump, for example, they voted for him just to, see what he does, kind of thing. Like, it's like, well, I know if we vote for the other guys, it'll be more of the same, and I do not like the same. And the narrative is you only have apparently 2 people to choose from, which technically, as far as I know, you don't, but I only hear about 2 people. So it is strange. It is strange. But it looks strange for me because I come from a country where we have multiple parties very actively, and the whole multi-party system is very active here. Even though ours is also does weird shit and has structural corruption problems. And I think most countries at this point have those. You can't really escape the legacy of democracy, which is it was designed for a time that's pre-internet and so on. So you needed a certain level of corruptible power, if you will. Modern technology means that we wouldn't actually need to have so many positions in power where you'd actually have to trust anyone. I very much would prefer the adage from information technology and cybersecurity should be used in politics. Trust but verify. In other words, trust no one. What is the correct amount of trust you should give a politician? None, because they have too much power. Ergo, they should be kept on a tighter leash. But again, my opinions on things. I'm not a legal expert, and any comments that could be construed to be having to do with politics in other countries are only an idiot outsider's observations. I don't actually know what's going on, and I am certain that the situation is as usual always more complex than it looks like from the outside, on the surface. It's illegal not to vote in Australia. Well, that actually, I like that. That's a good law. Shit, what the? I missed a lot here. Apparently I was doing this all the best work. Well, our current PM knows Russell Crowe on a personal level, and Russ has been bringing that out on the open, which is nice. Okay, usually people like celebrities and stuff stay out of it, but it looks like this time they're speaking up. But lucky, that is good. That is good. That hey, yo, we're friends, and I don't want people to misuse this connection. Yeah, it sounds like decent integrity to me. It's all my fault. I'll end with a more positive note and happy PM speech at the UN's Security Conference. Ooh, nice. Eternity is really awesome because our celebrities like the Hemsworths and stuff hold a lot of love because of how down to earth they are. And that is good. I like the illegal not to vote. I think voting should always be mandated because Plus, also votes should have the whole if your first vote doesn't go in, then you vote for your second favorite and your third favorite. It has a name, and I keep on forgetting it. But the basic one person one vote system is inefficient. There are better ways. All I can say Frank Afghanistan is the first thing that he did when he got in the office was close a major pipeline which screwed up our economy and laid tons of those people's prices of gas. Well, the high prices preferred the higher wages for the common person. Seems like going down. Yeah. So there's 2 major parties too, but the independents have been getting a lot more active now too. More votes going there, which is nice. I don't remember how things went back when we had Obama. But as I told my friend last time, Trump was in office. I don't really remember anything bad happening, and then all of a sudden we had Joe and everything went to hell. I told my friends, I was listen up to the second term, is going to be able to be working into office again. So last time I checked, I don't remember anything bad happening. Last time I was in office. Cool. Voting for 1 or 2 is gameplay for the pawns, only for creation of division for control. Also true. Especially when we go back and forth, so the same people are actually constantly in power, instead of having multiple parties. He's very pro-business in making sure the profits can maintain alongside the entire economy. Yeah, better straighten up for the next 4 years. And bank as much as you can and invest as much as you can because they have a funny feeling the next guy does goes in the office going to suck ass. We have listen to 1, 2, however many there are. Yeah. Right over, it's going to be an interesting 4 years. That it most definitely will. Nothing quite like starting a trade war with the entire world. Gotta say, of all the things to happen, I was not expecting the US to declare war on the world. But we'll see how that goes. 16. Oh, perfect. 1 left over. Good. 16 is the number I can put in this thing. 85 complete. Ready to be fired. Oh, you're done? Temperature is kind of high, but otherwise, yeah. Nothing like it except for 1937 when America did the previous. Okay. Yeah. But again, I mean, yeah. It'll be interesting times. That is most definitely true. It'll most definitely be interesting times. That is undeniably true. Yeah, so these are black, but these should turn cream then with the next update, so that'll be nice. I believe. Fantastico. And now, these things. Station here looks interesting. It does, doesn't it? I haven't I remember only seeing like stuff from it like a little bit every now and then, and it most definitely does look interesting. Three. Like ilmenite for titanium, galena for stuff. I don't know, might as well make some of those. There we go. It's nice to actually with information like that, because in Australia you can literally go to a website that lists every single thing a single person has voted for or against in their political lifetime. Oh, well, that's pretty good. I don't know if we have anything similar around here. I wish we did. We probably, I mean, that does sound like the sort of information you probably should be able to get, though. Without our existing transparency laws and things. Okay, double checking. Nothing is left. Everything is done. That's closed. Nice. What shall say? Whatever they decide to do in their big boy sandbox really has no concern with me. I know it sounds odd saying, but my day-to-day life does not revolve around whoever's sitting in that chair. And I find Palmer and the nuclear variety of my front lawn might be a bit pissed. That is very true. I mean, yes, the benefit of food. I absolutely get that. And the thing is, yeah, it's just, well, how would one say it? Yeah, Trump's got the latest movies has just been surprising. So literally custom pick a person with love for it. Smart. Ouch, Nintendo Switch is going to cost 613 USD. Say 150 to 200 order from UK. Well, that isn't handy, Ugla. Norway is known for being a rather party country. With all that oil money there, young. Morning, nerds. Well, morning. Good morning to you, too. King Bacon, the lord of our pork. Bacon King. The breakfast food king himself. King Bacon. Want to cross the border and buy in Canada. If I were 20 euros here with Mario Kart, I would have America. I was gonna get across the border to Canada. I'm like, I don't think Norway has a border with Canada. I actually had to think there for a bit, like, wait, do they? I didn't think Norway had a Canadian border. No, that doesn't make sense. So, like, I don't know, because the closest would be Greenland, but that's Denmark. Denmark owns Greenland. If you go north, you're not that far away. That's true. Yeah, not yet. That's true. Norway should claim their ancestral Vinland back. The Vikings got here first. America belongs to the Nords. I was doing this. Flint. That's what I was doing. Am I? Damn it! I cooked all my flint. It's actually quite close. We have a constructive view of the world map. We got the projection. Yeah. Lol, don't mean red and blue land or some shit. Let's try somewhere south and get one together with a nice trip. That's very true. Big laugh. Fuck them. Laugh so much. Raft first. Yeah, I think it'd be easier to just go, I don't know, Poland or something. Probably cheaper there. Now, right. I need flint. And I need more iron. And I could see about making a coke thing. So how did I make the coke? Coke oven. Breaking vintage story. That's the new one. Schedule once vintage story. Yeah. Better now, thanks. Well, that's good. That's good that you're feeling better, Ugla. Now, it's a multi-rock structure made of fire clay bricks or any other type of refractory bricks and an iron hatch door. 3x3x3 cube with refractory bricks, center empty. One of the 4 cardinal directions from the center also empty. Oh. 3x3 cube. 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 3x3 c Let's see if I've understood this. Almost drag you down the depths of Sea of Thieves. Soon we have a Winter Story like event coming up tomorrow, or soon at least, and I need to get armor ready for that one. Then I'll need to install Sea of Thieves. First, I need to delete a whole lot of stuff to make space, and then it is Sea of Thieves time. Yeah. I don't know. I'm running out of like space for stuff. Up. So, is this it? Or does it have to be a 3x3 cube? Can I make this weird plus sign? Tomorrow we yes, Blocky, yes. Tomorrow. Ah, nuggets. I wonder if that'll work. Honkity honk, my friend. Honky ponk. Yes, yes. Honkity honk. I'm guessing you probably won't. To think the hatch is in fact occupying. Oh, that's why you're honking. I forgot. You gotta eat. In fact, occupying that very space. So it needs to be one further this way. Which means the walls need to be bigger. Right? Yeah, because now it is in that block. This needs to be here. It's a fun one. You don't need to do it together to go there. Ooh. That can be fun. It's more of a location that's visitable many times. That's one done thing. Ooh, wow. I better try to get my steel shit done, yeah? So the weapons are for oh. Yeah, but for the Lazarette, I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing I probably will, though. If I remember correctly, you've already gone there and you found it to be full of beasties. Oh, it wanted a cube, but I wonder, will a plus sign be good enough? Maybe. Now, I'm gonna need to go get some more iron. Now, if I remember correctly, I had an iron mine marked down here. And I do know where to find more. Oh, I mean, yeah, like you said, yeah, I'll need the thing for the copper nickel. So we can hang out for the brown coal for now. Oh, actually, what do I need? Probably count. There we go, steel. So I need 3 of these. The helmet. I need 6 for the previous. That's 6. 6 for the helmet. $19, so that's 25 if we include the torso. 30. 36 steel plate. I have 13. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I've been by the site and there was corrupt things in there. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, 'cause, I remember you mentioning corrupt beasties coming out from crawling out from their holes. All right, I'm not gonna. Leave those. What? Leave that one. Oh, I think the steel pickaxe should be enough. Well, my to-do list and my book. I'll stick that somewhere. Bring that with. Oh my, I just ordered a robot mower. Ooh. I do not have the kind of yard that would require a robot mower. But if I did, I would want one. So, nice. Good on you, Ugla. Ah, wrong button. There we go. Not to brag, but I was so sick and tired of the old one. Yeah, nice. The old one, you. Nice one, Bacon. I'm guessing he probably was. Okay, with this, should be enough. A complicated garden of 2,000 square meters. Ooh, and the one I have has wired fence and it hits direction randomly. New one uses only cameras and LiDAR scanning, so I don't need the wire set up a zone just like a robot vacuumer. Ah, that is pretty cool. I guess the old one was also a robot one, but it was the... Oh yeah, you remember, yeah, you mentioned that you had some connectivity issues. Yeah, I remember now. I'm the reserve battery. Nice one, Ugla. Do we have any... Yeah, we do. Adventure bread. Cool. So with this, we're good to go. We have everything we need to survive. one more thing. Wait, this one has honey in it. These are empty. Gonna get drunk. Yeah, this one I can adjust both height and directions. The best of all, it's OCD friendly, going straight lines. That is very important. Alright. Getting all kinds of drunk. Go. This one I can adjust both height and directions. Best of all, it's yeah. That's it. Oh yeah. Google playing Satisfactory IRL. Yeah. Totally not jealous. Alright. The deer has gone off somewhere. I'm going to deer adventures. I have my mushrooms, my flowers, and a tree growing. What is this? Walnut sapling. So I'm happy for Gadget. Wife doesn't understand why I spend money on that. Oh, well, sounds like she doesn't have to do the mow the lawn then. No, it's not just a gadget, it's a tool. And tools serve a purpose. And you know, who doesn't want a good tool? Hey, friendo. Oh, there. No! Why would you do this? Apparently, if you try to sit on the elk while you have your flute out, you smack it instead. And now they don't like me anymore. Oh, I'm sad. F she has never mowed. Yeah, it's okay, yeah. Hey, come here, you. I know you don't like me, but I'm gonna sit on you anyway. We'll be friends again. It'll be okay. You know, it's not me, it's the wine. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm just a little drunk on wine. You know, it's the alcohol. You know, I'm not really like this, baby. Come on. You know me. Come on, elk. Me and you. That was the wine talking. Nice. Yep. Oh, cave right next to us. Ah, yes, I've reached the mines. Oh, shit. We're good, we're good. I believe your bags are empty. Perfect. This goes here, weapon goes in hand, and we dump in the hole. Oh yeah, that was copper. Oh, it's done magic to my lawn. Almost completely gone. Ooh. That sounds cool. Nice. Personally, though, I quite like the moss on my lawn a little bit, but that's just because I don't have the energy to take care of it too much, and the moss just remains green. But I'm lazy like that. You got friends with it? Yeah. The moss gets me. It understands my needs. Oh, mining. It was kind of like really itching to play some more Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, story content in VS coming up, so we gotta play this. I guess this'll have to be my dwarf fix. You mentioned the chickens produce eggs now. I think you mentioned, and that sounds awesome. And I am incredibly jealous. Fresh eggs are delicious. It is nice when you enjoy the delicious flavors of your own fresh chicken menstruation. Straight from the source. But they really are the best. Because, you know, you have them, at least, yeah, if you have them, you know, give them a chance to live a proper chicken life. Go outside, pick the grass, eat the insects. Get some good animal protein in their diet. I see the plum is so much darker than the stores was. Yeah. That is very true. Yeah, it can be like you know, orange. Where some of those store-bought ones can be like just, you know, ridiculously pale. Awesome, have your own farm? Yeah. Although, you know, having an actual like proper own farm, that's a bit too much work for me. You know, I grew up in a sort of like farming, in a farm, horse running farm, but still, mom did a lot of farming as well. It can be tough. But if you just have a big enough yard, man, you can have chickens. They are so self-reliant. They are like little, insane little dinosaur monsters that also happen to lay eggs, which is just like, you know, delicious food. And well, you know, when they go, and then eventually you just have to buy yourself a rooster every now and then to make more chicken. And then when you can't be bothered with that rooster anymore, well, then you get your nice little coca van. You know, put that rooster in the pot where it belongs. Like Douglas farm. Gardening with veggies, I think. I don't know. Does look like. I know he has, like he's mentioned, like 2,000 square meters of lawn, which is sounds like, you know, more than enough space to have, you know, some chickens running around doing their own chicken business. Well, hello there, Percus. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day there, my friend. I'm desperately trying to get steel armor done in not enough time, and I realized I ran out of iron, but thankfully I had an iron mine close by to get to. A sheep in a cart. To be fair, everything eats chickens. It's Universal Horror Story owners, unless it's Crazy Wolf fenced, and even then raptors flying. That is very true. Everything does eat chickens, including chickens. They are vicious, little cannibalistic and incestuous beasts. They're nasty little shits, but they taste delicious. And some people do train them to do tricks as well. They are trainable. I'll go with the dwarfing. Well, it goes surprisingly well. Now I gotta, no, yeah, good. I mean, yeah, the correct category. Because I was saying, like, oh man, this is, you know, getting my Dwarf Fortress fix, because I've been like getting into Dwarf Fortress lately, and I really keep on thinking like, oh, I want to play some more Dwarf Fortress. Get those dwarves, design a weird little fort. But now I can get my dwarf fix right here. Give chickens beef, they get crazy. It's true, man. You know, hey, man, it's terrifying when you get like bulked up chickens. Get them on the protein. But yeah, I mean that's the thing, is people usually think like chickens are like, oh, like bird, like they eat seed and stuff, and it's like, well, they're omnivorous in the sense that yes, they do also eat seed, but they're actually very carnivorous if given the chance. And again, everything is if given the chance. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ! You shit! Oh yeah, I forgot to fix my armor. Oh man, no wonder I took that big of a hit. Oof. Kauheeta. Where are you? Gonna get you. Gonna get you. Come here, you legless little wonder. Yeah, level 17 will do it. Yeah, it's true. You know, but it's the price we pay for that sweet, delicious iron. There's so much left to dig. There are chickens. That sounds even more horrifying. I mean, if chickens could, they would eat you in a heartbeat. Some of them will try. Now, I heard that strange hissing, which would imply that there was a epileptic doggy around here too. Now, the circus zone. Price for delicious iron, delicious owned clowns. That is very true. That is very true, Percuss. Blom blom blom. Feels that iron hell the roof would cave in if you mine like this. Yes. Yes, it would. And freaking needle dinosaurs, that's what they are. And cave-ins are absolutely an option you can turn on in the game, yes. We do not have it because we decided, because thankfully Reaper decided to be beginner friendly. But you can have like soil collapsing and cave-ins, you know, you can make it, you know, uncomfortably realistic if you want to. Alright, looks like we're done. Deer is complaining all the way down here. Landslides and cave-ins are fun, indeed. In the most dwarfish way. Most dwarfish fun. Like, I've been talking about it for a long time, but yeah, I've been still meaning to at some point want a sort of like, I want to run with oceans and lakes and I have the boat. Makes sense. Oh, there's a fucking cave over there. On sites on the side of the hills, I knew I didn't realize the rock would. We'll file that way for try this game again. Yeah, because you can make like the soil become what is it, like imbalance and like, you know, there's a risk for it falling. It's not just structurally sound. And then of course then the packed earth, because it's the like the handbook says that it is sort of structurally sound blocks of dirt. That makes a little bit more sense. Alright, good. So if they're over there, it's fine. Because if they're there, they're not here. There's a wall between us. And yeah, then because I think I've seen more streamers have the cave-ins enabled than the soil imbalance. But yeah, like I was saying, like I would like to do a run where boats make sense. So we have map generation with like proper oceans, pretty much. Rivers would be cool, but the oceans are pretty much the more important part. And I think for that run, I would like all the imbalance things on. And I'm gonna have a very fun run that way because I am so used to very bad habits playing on these structurally stable maps. So when I finally find these structurally unstable ones, yeah, I'm gonna have to relearn safety precautions. For now, we work hard. I need that sweet, delicious iron. so I can make my goddamn steel armor. So I have like, what, 15 plates. And the iron I have coming now, the steel I have now cooking will give me, well, that's 16 bars, so that's 8 more blocks. The next one will be give me another same amount of blocks. And I'm gonna have to like see about I wonder if I can make a second refractory oven. But I don't think I have the refractory bricks to make the grills that I need though. Soil instability is kind of broken. Any wild animal can trigger it, so it can get very computationally expensive. It even slows down on a single player run through, let alone multiplayer. Ooh. That would explain why more people don't have it. So okay, so soil instability, and we'll have to save that for single player playthrough then, just in case. Would make more sense. Thanks for the heads up, Percus. That would have sucked if we, you know, put that on the multiplayer server, and then, you know, after a while, we end up with, you know, crazy amounts of lag, and then everyone just feels bad. Instead, we get to enjoy the delightful whimsy of just cave-ins. Yes, cave-ins we can do. Oh no! Aww. Shutting down, too many errors detected. Tragic. Very tragic. Games are only able to be triggered by players, so it's definitely a more MP friendly. But even there's world-breaking bug that one could accidentally trigger. Oh shit! Chiseling disease and soil instability equals rest in peace multiplayer server. Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, because all those chisel blocks. Yeah, that makes sense. That sucks. Let's see. Is it just straight up dead, or did it reset? I'm guessing he's probably going to be just dead with that kind of error message. Yeah, the chiseling is fun, though. I will admit, I would love or is there a way? Do you guys know how to unchisel a block? Because at some point when I was like chiseling blocks, and oh, well, we'll see how far back I've been sent. No, to unchisel a block. Okay, yeah, because sometimes, you know, I'm chiseling a block, I'm adding stuff, and then there's empty spot, and then I right click, and then suddenly the block behind it has now become a chiseled block, even though I most definitely did not want that. And I'm like, oh god, no, that's annoying. So I'm considering like I should like start to like make pedestals for every individual like block where I chisel it away from everything instead of like on site. But well, I usually like to doing it on site so I can see how it all works together, you know. Data received. Launching client instance. Will it actually turn on? Let's find out. But server there in maintenance now? To be. Oh. Alright. Okay. Animation's broken. I'm taking damage from the hungries. Eat some lunches. There we go. Lovely. Back in action. Barely an inconvenience. Yeah, Subnautica 2 coming early access this year. Can't wait. I am wary. I am, like with most things I enjoy, if it gets a part 2, I mostly try to face it all with just low expectations. That way, if it's as fantastic as I would hope it is, you know, I'm pleasantly surprised.
If it turns out it has been also suffering from the magic of designed by committee, well, at least I didn't get my hopes too high up, you know, up too high. Oh, you bastards! I just came here to check, and now you're back there again. Alright, come here, you. Yep. Run, run, run. Yep. And yep. Anyway. Below Zero is okay. Not great, but it was fine. I mean, I think, yeah, because I only played Subnautica, like, I want to say, maybe a year ago, something like that. When I finally got around to playing Subnautica, and I had a blast. Super, like, it was a fun game. Left a little bit to be desired, but, you know, considering the time it was made, absolutely, like, fantastic. But, and the story, though, was fantastic. And that's the thing. That game relied a lot on having excellent writing, a cool story, an interesting world, you know, fun stuff happening that way. That's why also I'm worried that unless the creators, you know, actually had proper inspiration for what would happen in number 2, or, you know, as long as they got like a free hand to do the proper creative work, then, you know, there's a big chance that they can actually make something super cool. But if someone comes in between there and says, like, you know what? We did some focus group studies. And they say the game should probably have some more puppies. Or something. And they're like, oh, damn it. No. No. Love the world and the story. Continue the story from the first game in Below Zero, which is kind of weird because I'm thinking, like, how do you... Oh, first of all, from Below Zero, I've heard bad, you know, mixed reviews. Let's put it that way. That's why I haven't given it a go, because I didn't... I was worried I probably wouldn't enjoy the ride on that one. And then it was something else. And the thing is, the number 1 ended, in my opinion, just well. It was a good story. It was nice. I mean, start, beginning, middle, and end. So I'm also then wondering, like, how do you continue this story in a way that makes sense? Because a lot of it was discovery of something ancient, which was, you know, the aliens did stuff, and then, like, it seemed like there was very much confusion of who these aliens exactly are. So they seem to have died away, and as such, how do you then continue that story without, like, retconning stuff? Like, oh, actually, it turns out we don't know. Everyone knows about this, and this is its own thing. No, everyone knew about the, I don't know, Shorm Alarms or whoever they were called. So I'm just worried. I am worried and cynical that way. Never mind thalassophobia. Yeah, well, I mean, that is one of the things that I very much enjoyed about the game. It had the oppressive atmosphere, but also the deep wonder of the deep sea, you know, because one of my favorite zones was also, and it also had really good music when you entered the, what was it, the blood vine zone, or what it was called, in the really deep, where you had the, like, vines with the blood vine pods, the, you know, the red pods, and because that space was super dark, but also, like, fantastically beautiful in many ways. The game was just, you know, absolutely fantastic and beautiful. Plus, also, you can't really make another event happen on that planet, because on that planet everything was dead outside of the small map where we hung out. I was wondering where we like, what are these weird twitches, and then I realized, oh right, I'm running out of time. Oh, would you look at that? There's a goober down there. Hope you're having fun, goober. I could knock. Story's fine. It makes sense. Okay, well, that's cool. Where's how buggy it is? It's up inside you guys. 10 by 10 plus 7. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Not sure what the plan is for this game, and yeah, this buggy, so it's fine, makes sense. Taking a shower. Okay, cool. I can control my sweaty palms. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't have that much of like a pre-existing thalassophobia, so that wasn't that big of an issue. I mean, it's similar to how in my opinion, to how in Sons of in the Forest and the Sons of the Forest they had really good oppressive caves. I mean, like they really felt cramped, like you were trapped in there and like looking for stuff. Like they also like really nailed that, you know, trapped underground vibe in the forest. Just like Subnautica really nailed the thalassophobia trapped underneath the sea vibes. Take a shower. Oh, I didn't even know what that even was. Game triggered. Yeah, the fear of the deep. So that is that's 100. Ugh, nowhere near enough. Instead of watching whale encounter videos and divers videos exploring the sea floor. Damn. Yeah, I can imagine that, Blackthorn. And then that'll help you then realize, like, oh, this is the one that's making me feel all itchy on the inside. Adventure bread. You finished Subnautica, and do you have any plans to play Below Zero? Don't want to say spoilers. I did finish Subnautica, and honestly, no. I don't think I'm gonna play Below Zero. I mean, like, unless someone like I get it for free somewhere. There you are. Come here. There we go. Let me cut off that dick for you. You don't need this anymore. Mine. Oh, it's also 100. Alright, so we have 2 of these, is 50. That's 100. We've got 200 units. $250. And it's like 120. That is 2 blooms worth. Oh, I forgot to bring up backup pickaxe. Oh well. We'll mine as long as we can. Yep. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. There we go. But I have not even seen a trailer. Oh, what the? I have not seen a trailer or anything about Subnautica 2, so I don't really have an opinion on that one. Oh, hello there, friendo. Hey. Oh, lovely. Why are there so many of you now? They have ascended. What you? Got anything nice? Thanks for the string, I guess. Are ya? Ooh, that guy had some money on him. Okay. These guys are gonna murder me now. Too many of you. Killed his friend. A real nightmare, this one. Oh, he has some string. That's nice. He's got a cog coming out of his shoulder. Temporal cure. Very nice. I want to also have some money on him. Very good. Profit. Oh, now what I forgot to bring? A prospecting pickaxe. Also, Margaret is alive. She is a tough old hag. Ooh. Now the stories, Aurora got shut down because the planet was under quarantine. Yep, and you had to cure the virus, so on. In Below Zero, you found out the aliens who put it under quarantine and tried to cure the planet, but failed. Yeah? It's on the same water planet, just on the other side of it. Also, Margaret's alive, which is a tough old hag. Ah, that's very cool. I did like the stories of Margaret and the implications of Margaret. She's like, you know, like, I don't know, retired space marine who went private into like private security. Very cool. There's a chance I mined this place out. Hey. Well, I won't say no to a piece of string. He's a badass. Nice. Oh, I like the cogs there. Okay, well, there's still some copper here, but I don't need it. I mean, I need it, but like, I don't need it right now. I need it eventually to finish my copper roof, but that is not just yet, I'm afraid. Sadly. I think we're all ironed out. Well, hello there, Monkey Man. Goodbye, Monkey Man. In her home, she has a Reaper skull just hanging there. Cool. There we go. And you can check Subnautica 2 on Steam, though not much to see yet. Alright. I don't know if I should even check anything out. It's one of those things, I'm not sure if I want to just, you know, if I want to see trailers. I didn't want to know too much. It might be fun to maybe, once it comes out, if I have the resources, then get it and go in blind. Know nothing. Could be fun. It's something that is so hard, so rare nowadays, to be even able to do that, no? Everything is somewhat spoiled nowadays. It's like no matter what. Nom 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 nom. Alright. Come, Brendo, let's ride. Also, let's screw those rocks. Oh my god. Need these rocks. There we go. Huzzah! Jump, jump, jump. Do the jump, jump, bump. Bump, the jump, jump, the bump. Alright then. So there is still a chance. Steel shenanigans. Steely Dan. Check out my Steely Man. Jump. I mean, if nothing else, I think I should already be able to make the chain armor, so I should probably do that, though. Oh, wait, no. I think I dyed pretty much all my leather. So, yeah. That needs to be fixed. Well, I do have an infinite goat machine. I always make more goats. Slaughter old goats. Oh, sure then. Well, hello there, animals. I will gladly accept your donation of skin, leather, and meat. That there's a fancy meat. It's a meat factory. It is very true. But I should probably like just leave him there. Oh wait, no. Sadly, I killed. So we have at least 2 females. Would have to be a male left here. No. Ah, tragic. Not the baby too. Where's the baby? As we all know. Babies taste best. Babies taste best. Delicious. Hello, baby. So if you leave the one female and the one baby, there is a chance that the baby might turn into a male. And then the meat factory shall continue. Well, this is good news for me, because, yeah, like I said, I did need some more leather, so I can make the leather armors upon which to build the chain armor, upon which to build, eventually, the plate armor. So I'm pretty sure I can do the chain one. Hashtag save the baby gazelle. Are the baby also made of loot? Well, looks like it. Yes, they are. Even babies have loot. Just small baby-sized loot. There we go. Due to a case certain, he can't leave Bambi behind unless he decides to go on a revenge trip to kill. Allah, Kill Bill Volume 3. Yeah, I mean, it's Bambi and her mother, or aunt, or whatever. And if Bambi grows up to be a strong boy, well, then they can do what deers do. And make more deer. Oh. A pumpkin experiment remains, and the goat factory remains goaty. In fact, let's see here. I should also get some flax, I guess. Ooh. Stuff here is finally rotted. Grab some flax. Grab some rots. Yeah, bother to deal with that just now. Oh, there we go. Nom nom, save the baby gazelle. Yeah, save the best for last, you mean, of course, yes. Can you tame them? You know, King Bacon, I probably should have thought of that, because I mean, that's how I tamed these guys, so I probably could. I could have probably tamed the gazelle. Would have been smart. What's it? Thank you for the gifted sub, Percus. You are most kind, I appreciate it. And I hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. There we go. Goddamn, people are like, I'm getting like subscribers. And then the chicken factory, of course. I rarely do anything with my chickens. I should probably make some more in those nest boxes, then we get even more chicken. But eventually, so I give them some food, and then they just lay eggs everywhere. Oh. Alright then. Off with us. To adventure, my friend. Ride. Oh, and these stairs need to be replaced with a ramp, because this is not very deer friendly. Gotta make some blocks and slabs. Sure, I'm not here. You're never anywhere. Thanks, mate. Yeah. So, what was that? What was what? I what's it? That's what. Yeah. Oh, all right then. Just some what's it. A little nugget at what's it. Calcined flint chunks. Good. Good. Okay, that one was actually hot this time. There we go. My hot flint chunks. There we go. Yep. Nope. Oh, wait, no, this one gets this one. Indeed. Pleasure, dude. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. We had a sneaky attack of some kind of wattage, I think. Spreading the joy, spreading the love. Letting the good cheer go on. Right. Right. Alright, yeah, that's what I was doing. Good old getting confused. Nice. There we go. Nice. Got us a nice cured red meat. 236 salt still, and I'll be fine for 4 more days. That should be okay. Yeah. I forgot. There we go. There we go. Oh, looks like my math was all wrong. This is 25 units of iron bloom. Oh. It's only 25 iron blooms. Okay. Right. Oh, it's not very clearly stated. 1 and 2. 3. Oh. Two. There. Up. Noise. Now soon. Hopefully, at least. Hopefully soon we'll have then enough iron to make a decent amount of steel. Problem is, I need more, well, refractory bricks. We need to make another secondary steel oven, if not a tertiary one, really, to be able to pull all this off. Alright, but you 92 complete. God dang it. That should be enough, right? You'll need to be like both ignited. Yeah, perfect. Oh yeah. That's what I call a steel industry. Or iron industry at this point, but still. Alright. This is my next batch of steel. Once this is done. With these. So 8 and 8 plates, 16 plates. Oh, combined with all of this, I think them working together that should be enough for a nice piece of nice and lovely steel armor. What I could do. See about getting these guys dealt with. While I got some pelts. What else? What else? we have some wood. Or some blue dye for some blue cloth. Yeah, okay, so I was trying to make the reindeer herder clothes. I'm gonna check if I have everything I need for that one. Can't really remember. 11 leather. Better than nothing. And the fat. Oh, of course. You see, you start working towards something, that's when the wind decides, you know what? Do you? Power of nature. I declare. Go F yourself. No fun times. No progress. No true automation. Not for you. There we go. 3%. Come on, win. You can do it. Push. Push. Blow. One brass, one gold plate. Boom. Nice. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. They'll get it done. It'll be fine, Chad. It'll be fine. No need to worry about that too much, at least not now. Now, where do we go? What do we do? Some flower pots. Oh, yeah, those are the last ones. There we go. Well, hello there, London. How's amazing? Well, thank you very much. This is the sort of hot space workshop. It just has a one wall and some workshops. I haven't actually finished it, as you can see, with the whole wall blacks. And this, I have a little bit of mix of stone because I haven't really finished this area either. This was supposed to be the tannery slash dyeing space, and yeah, the house isn't done either because, well, I want a copper roof. But I got ebony supports, plaster walls, red brick, and nice purple heart doors, acacia floors, and ebony floor combinations. The ovens, the nice chiseling done here, which I'm quite proud of. Yeah, and the upstairs is very much not done, but I'm gonna work on it. I need to figure out how to like hide these sharp corners. Can I find an existing piece I could use, like a stair maybe? Or I'll have to just chisel something. A chandelier, which will be hanging from there from a chain. Chisel master, yeah. I had to carve myself a chisel master. But the chiseling is super fun, because you can make really cool stuff. Also, it was funny because I noticed, yeah, you can put mushrooms inside flower pots and planters, and then become slightly bigger in planters, and then you put the nice, like these medium crotons inside. And I've found a bunch that I've saved up in here, but I need to for some later decoration. They're trying. They're trying. They're doing their best. Well, these are like the chiseling I'm most proud of. Made from cream bricks. To be sort of support so that if you put fuel inside, it won't pour out. These are made with the standard sized bricks. And then you can make the smaller brick, and from those I made these support pillars here to hold the fuel for the steel burner Rooney. I'm quite happy with it. They came out quite well. Did I close the door? No. Come on now, friend. Oh, get in the freaking. There you go. And hello there, Villander. Hope you're having a wonderful day there, friend. Sorry I forgot to greet you like that earlier. But I do my best. Remember to say hi. People turn up. Right, iron coming. 95%, and this is for potential coke experimentation. Let's speed it up a little bit. Oh, the hammers were just sad because they were waiting for me to get involved and do half the work, then they can, try speeding up just a little bit. It is what they do. There you go. Pick those up, yes. Okay, and these need to be turned into plates, and those plates can be turned into ceiling. And it takes 3 plates, which means it takes 6 ingots to make 3 bits of those. So yeah, I do have a large amount of copper marked out here that need to be mined out from the iron mine that I had, which is now, we should probably make that black. This means we're done with it. I'll be marking all kinds of surface copper nodes, which will every one of them needs to be well, mined out. And wait, wasn't it? No, that one is still clay. There, I found some meteorite there, but I removed the meteorite iron from there. Yeah, at some point I'm going to need to make a proper smithy as well. And wait, there we go. Because right now I have this relatively short and chunky little windmill doing all my milling. I want it to have more power, and that involves, I've been thinking, so if I move my smithy from here to down here, for example, and then I mine a hole through the little mountain range here, in here, and then I do, because I think this is like the highest point, so I could have an axle going all the way from here to up there, and then have a really tall windmill, multiple windmills all working together here to offer the maximum amount of power. And then that drive shaft will be pulled into here. This is where I had my pit kilns at first, so and this is my charcoal burner. My stone. This one. Oh, this one? Yes. Some red clay bricks, some blue clay. Okay, I could have made some more of those Actually, I could make it some more. No, now. I'll be needing them anyway. Some tier 2s. One thing. Because I haven't made the steel end caps for my crusher yet, so I can't actually crush the titanium. I should, and eventually I will, but I just haven't gotten round to it just yet. But like so many things in this game, it's one of those things that's on the list, which is why I have also today made this thing. My to-do list. Steel plate armor. Steel end caps for crusher. Mouse can live there for now. You've gone past the midnight. Okay, now I can make. So I don't need the helmets, I believe. Yeah, because this thing will just is and will be a remain a leather helmet, where the armor. No. Not this chain, but chain. What? What? Stainless steel. So am I guessing chromium? For stainless steel bits. I did not know we had this. Unknown work item. Okay, yeah, so I've actually found something still working on. Stainless steel. Nice. I guess it'll be more durable than basic steel. And I believe you can find chromium here. So yeah, I guess it's, yeah, chromite is the chromium. And you can do different kinds of alloys for your stainless steel, but I think, yeah, usually you use chrome because chrome is a fitting metal mixture, but because also it has the lower or higher rate of oxidation than regular steel. Because how stainless steel works is that you have an alloy who creates a layer of oxide, a rust faster than normal steel. So then when you have your stainless steel, it is actually covered in a, usually because you usually mix chrome, so you have a chrome oxide layer that covers the entire thing. And that stops oxygen from getting through that oxide layer into the iron itself, or the steel. So the steel won't rust. That's how stainless steel functions. And that way, that's why, because when you like scratch or sand away the oxide surface, eventually, yeah, that oxide surface will build back again because, chrome, and like everything else, rusts, oxidates. Random tidbits. Steel chain. Steel helmet. I need 2 leathers and a chain helmet. And for chain helmet, I just need chain. Cool. Body armor. We need a chain body and plates. No. There we go. Chain body. I need a leather body jerking and chain. After this one, I need 6, 12, 14. I do not have that, now do I? Better well explain. Well, thank you very much, T-Rex in 1983. I'm glad it was easy enough to understand. But it's one of those interesting tidbits that I picked up, working with metal and so on. So, I ended up then learning why stainless steel is stainless. How do you protect a metal like iron from oxidation? Well, you cover it with well, oxidation. How do you protecting it from rust? Well, add something in that rusts first. And that won't be, affecting it in other ways. That's a part of the alloy because it won't make it weaker or won't make it dissolve in other ways and so on. Now, I believe... Let's just look at steel chain again. Scale leg armor. No, not scale. Chain leg armor. Leg leather jerkin. 6, 7, 8. And that I can do. Up. Oh, right. Right. That's what I was supposed to do. Well, one of the many things I was supposed to do. Let's see here. Weak tannin won't do. 1, 3, 4. 1 soaked hide. Prepared hide. I believe. And that shit into leather. There we go. And then I had lime, which is turned into lime water. All right, what's the ratio? 1 to 1 liter. Oh, so I need 50. There we go. There we go. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. Put some leather to, well, leather cook. Strong tannin. Pink dye. Wee bit of leather. Right, put the leather pants on the armor stand for now. There we go. That stuff there. Ah, right. Might as well fix my armor. Go. Okay. Do have... Okay, scraped hides. Oh yeah, that's scraped. We need to go in the weak tannin. It can hang out there until the next set of scraped stuff gets ready. These should technically be moved because I kind of want a wall here so that this one won't be open to the left. Oh, there too. All in good time. All in due time. Oh, now we got a nice strong wind. So looking over here then. You guys done? you. 99%. Almost done. Of course. So I can't have nice things. Every now and then we get a little excited. We're like, oh no, would you look at that? The wind is blowing. Everything's like indicated like there's a good wind going on. And then, no. That's what you get. See, it's way too, far too low. My windmill. That's why I want to build them up there. Oh, like a nice tall tower. Maybe 2. With your double windmills. Maybe 3, maybe 4 of them. And then they would all be powering one axle, bringing all the power in here into a center of industry. And this one could just become a little taller and be mostly focused for milling, well, like a windmill, milling our grains. I think like that would make narratively the most sense and would be nice and snazzy. Now. All right then. Fine. Do. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I wish this game had a similar option to Dwarf Fortress where I could choose how often the music plays. Or if it does, someone should tell me. Because some of these quiet moments can be very quiet. Because even I then end up like just focusing on what I'm doing. And that's when I just notice like, oh, there's no sound. There's no music. There's nothing. There's just a dude playing a game. With questionable questionable levels of success. Come on. Do something, do anything, Brando. Blow harder, chat. The auto hammer is needed, indeed. Ah, feck. The hammer, it is confused. It knows not what it does. Come on. Come on. Get in the air. Come on, chat. You gotta blow. You gotta blow. Right now, all you're doing is suck. Well, no. That's not true. The only one sucking is Streamer Man. Ah! You gonna do it? Okay, done. There you go, friendo. Look at you. You did it. All that fuel, all of it gone. Oh, God. So we're gonna have to wait for even more. Well. Hey, it's done. But I can't go get it. Bum, 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 bum. Up. Are you done with this? Yeah, okay, that guy's already done. Neat. Hey, get in the hole. Come on, you can do it. There we go. I lied. They couldn't do it. Tried to give them pep talk, but they just failed. Let's turn off the entire gear system. See, now they're spinning. Like, oh, look at all this wind happening. No, they can't deal with. Can't even make a hammer run. Tried to. Let's get some more magnetite in the Bloomery base. There we go. Turn this bugger on. Oh wait, can I do this? Oh no, they've only got one charcoal. Get it back? No, apparently not. At one point, I could have sworn I actually took like a charcoal out from a burning pile. That one only had the one left, so I guess it would make sense. Alright. I need to fix these broken things. Meantime. Fine. Collect all the hot stuff. Two tiles are damaged. This one? Where's the second one? Those in there. That in there. At least one. Oh no. Oh, they seem fine. So now we got thunder. Storm is coming, friends. Storm is coming. Where's that? No! The two tiles, but then that is it's fine now. Only changed one. I lied to me, chat. Right, the bricks back. Melting. Oh. Comes out cold. Interesting. Eat some bread. And it's time to make another charcoal burn, apparently. Just collect a bunch of this, store it in places, and then cut down again ridiculous amount of firewood. As one does. Quick check here. Sound. Do we have... Oh, we do have a music frequency. Dang. Like that Dwarf Fortress just had it in like actual like straight up seconds. Like how long should the interval be between the songs? I could put it like, I don't know, 0. Very low. And 2 full stacks. Get me started at least. Well, hello there, Camilo J. Neuro. I hope you're having a wonderful day, friend. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, I think the blocks are full. And let us light the fires. I'm pretty happy with having these like slight openings there too. Came out quite nice. Good luck in the stream. Well, thank you very much, Camila Januro. I appreciate it very much. And good luck to you as well with whatever you decide to get up to today. Alright, so. Very much all of that. Very little of all of this. Now this is what I need. I can't turn these things into, well, proper steel bars and eventual steel plates without one of these bad boys. Okay, so my options are quite limited. In game, how much time has passed? 9 hours out of 3 days. Well, that's not useful. How about this one? 9 hours out of 20. Okay. I need wind. How do I make this? Blocks and fat. I do have a bunch of fat. Doing some blocks. Chisel hammer. It'll be because of the small number of trees. No. It's just it's not very low down. Plus, I mean, it depends on the weather. Sometimes it's just not windy. It's more like the block there, this mountain block area here is getting in the way, and also the windmill just should be higher. There's more wind higher up. Ooh, thunder. That's what I'm thinking. I really want to build one of these up there. And then pull its power through the actual, like through the ground, straight down, and then into here. So I'm right now considering, well, doing exactly that. The chisel, the hammer, this and that. Okay, got a few more. There we go. So I have these wooden gears. Enough resin. I have some resin. Wondering actually, I might be able to, you know, get it for this. But then again, in the end, ultimately, the easiest solution would be to just raise this thing higher up. Do I have any debarked acacia logs? Acacia logs. Here's some of them debarked even. Hammer, axe. Okay, there. Actually, I'll be dealing with a lot of like wood items, so I'll still bring an axe with me. Got a little food feed. Where on earth? There we go. Oh yes, there for a reason. Okay, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool and cool. This one. That. Two. Hmm. There you go. Pick up all the stuff. I think 3 is exactly how many I put. Nope. Saw it. One, two, three, four, 5. Excellent. Yes. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. So the experiment continues. Oh, only needs the one. There we go. Boom. It spins, chat. And soon I must go. Walk my doggies. But first, windmill. Three. Four. One fell all the way down. Oh well. Also, using these fences here, not the best idea. Alright, shouldn't be take too long. Keyword shouldn't. There we go. There we go. Oh. Just do it. Shite. What? Why is this? Oh. There we go. I couldn't like just jump down because, well, yeah, there is a glider in the game, but I do not have one. And yeah, it's a long fall. Hey there, Goober. Evil monkey man hanging out underneath my house. I don't like this. Uninvited guests hiding in the cellars. Last wings. See, it's got poop all over his pants too. What a nasty, nasty fellow, this one. Mr. Poopy Pants. You have any cool treasure for me, Mr. Poopy Pants? No. Yes, all his. Okay. That's too many of yes. I don't like this. It's funny, he hasn't even got any legs on him. There we go. Nice. And obviously, it was a good idea to fix my cloth armor because, well, I just got mini smack my minion enemy and took barely any damage. Absolutely delightful. Can't wait to have a proper metal armor again. So, sadly, I'll have to wait. Oh, jeez, you scared me. Belky boy. Belky Belky. Alright. Let's try it again. Nice. Wind speed 29%, 25th. Well, it did help a bit. This much is true. I imagine if we had more of those all the way up there. That's the dream. Proper mechanized industry. Quern doesn't actually do anything right now, so I could actually just do this. So now all the power is going to the hammers. Well, potentially, eventually. And this here smasher machine needs, it has iron smashy machines, smashy parts, but it needs better smashy parts because it cannot break the ilmenite. And I need to break the ilmenite so I can make tier 3 refractory bricks. Now what is the point of the tier 3 refractory bricks, one might ask? Well, they're simply more durable than the tier 2s, which are more durable than the tier 1s. Because as we use these things, as you might have noticed when I had to repair my steel making machine, they get worn down. There we go, more steel on the way. 16 more combined with this. Well, I'll get 16 plates. Still not enough, but okay, getting there. This means it might still be doable to get what I want. It'll just take a bit of a time investment on my part. Nothing else. I think yeah, like I said, I should be able to get the Leather armor done. You know what would be cool if we could do like dyed leather armors? Sadly, we can't. The stained leather poncho. Got it. This will turn into in-game 4.5 days into leather. That'll take a while. That'll turn into stuff scraped hide, in-game 4 hours, and that'll be done. Okay. We'll do a quick little in-game sleepy sleep. Move the time forward. Then at least the soaked leather should be able to turn into scraped leather, and we can put that in the tannin bath. Then we can at least get that part of the steel production going. The thing is, here we have the beds. See, there we go. Up in here with a knife, scrape it all up, get ourselves some scraped hides. We had a little bit of scraped hides here already. Oh no. We had the perfect amount. Add one extra. Ooh, so, weak tannin. Nope, this is both strong. Tannin. Game 3 days. Oof. Well, I'm still gonna have to like save some of these great ones for eventually getting my hands on some chromium. Yeah, keyword there. Eventually. You know, we do a shift H. We can see andesite cobblestone. What's it made from? I could make a forge and shit. I don't care, because I'm gonna look at andesite stone, which can be obtained by breaking andesite rock. Ingredient 4. Polished. Turn into a slab, which can turn into a ashlar block, which can make these ashlar block walls. And I quite like these. Nice big giant square blocks. And I think for like wall structure, they'd be better. Because for floor, cobblestone works. For walls, it's not really the best, is it? See, look here, see? I did this with cobblestone, and then we have, but damn, basalt ashlar blocks, and that looks much more sturdy and lovely. I need to get me a whole bunch of basalt so I can make my cellar entrance completely out of basalt blocks, ashlar blocks. And I need to make more food as well. But I've had a tiring day today, so I'm gonna rate you guys out. It has been super fun. Thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for all the chatters, all the lurkers, all the layabouts, and all the visitors. Y'all been awesome. And let's go see who is up and about playing the games right now. I will do something I rarely remember, which is actually disconnect so I don't get killed while I'm trying to raid you all out. I'll see if this works. There we go. Yeah. So you can still hear me? Yes, good. Thank you. Good sir. Well, thank you very much, What's It. I appreciate you very much. You're an awesome dude. As are and everyone else in there as well. And thank you, Kimberly J. Neuro. Now it is that old time. Let's see who is up and about right now. Where can we raid, friendos? And well, there's all kinds of people doing also interesting things here. Let's see here. So someone I know. Anyone playing this game though? Well, there he is. He was here just a little while ago, and I think he'll be for the same future as well. And for stream, sorry, couldn't look. Hey, I appreciate the lurking as well very much. You know, as they say, lurkers make make Twitch go around. So you know what? We're gonna go say hi to the friend who was here just a little while ago, Percuss himself. And you guys can enjoy some more lovely vintage story content. And hello there, Blocky. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sheeping a card. Thank you, everyone. It has been amazing. It has been super fun. And I'll see you all again tomorrow. Tomorrow there'll be even more vintage story adventure. Until then, well, hopefully I'll be getting... Yeah, there'll be some time for the lazarette indeed, Block Dress. Oh, yeah. Bye. So, until then, I'll see you guys around. Have fun. Ta-ta.
Anything else though? Chicken can go away.